Hello and welcome to Unveiling Reality. How's everybody doing this evening? I'm your host, Winning Reality. And without further ado, as I get this right here on the screen, we're going to bring in our very, very special guest this evening. Ladies and gentlemen, here he comes.
Together, pushing the barrier, planting seed, playing the mind gorilla, chanting the mantra, peace on earth. We all been playing those mind games together. Some kind of druid do, lifting the veil, doing the mind game. Some call it magic, a search for the grail. Love is the answer, and you know that for sure. Love is a flower. You gotta let it grow. So keep on playing those mind games together. Thinking the future out in the now.
Welcome to Nerd Prom.
I still laugh every time I see that. I was like,
It's great, isn't it?
I think I have more hair than that. I mean, not much.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, ShizzyWhizNut.
Thank you, brother.
You got it. No, oh man, I tell you what, and I love it because I'm watching you in the background, just loving it. So it's like,
yeah, it's hilarious. It's hilarious. Kevin Spacey. I had no idea that he could actually sing.
Right? Yeah, he sings, and he's recently been cleared of all his charges. So how about that?
Yeah. Hey, that's how the cookie crumbles.
That's how the cookie crumbles, man. So how you been, ShizzyWhizNut?
Ooh, good. Actually, I've been busy. And it's not gonna let up anytime real soon because we've got let's see, you tonight, of course, and I'm gonna chill a little bit because Friday I'm gonna be doing initially it was supposed to be a joke, and I guess a lot of people didn't get it. It's actually a mod appreciation stream. We're gonna send out we're gonna have a bunch of different folks come on and share their appreciation for their mods and raise a toast to them as a whole. And because last week we had the all of the mods were basically rating different streamers, on rank, giving them rankings. And it was supposed to be a sort of a joke. And somebody mentioned, well, why would you do that to your mods? You know that your mods are the ones that make and break. I was like, it's a play on words. It's a joke. Apparently some people didn't understand that. So I've gone in, I've changed the thumbnail. I've made it very clear to everybody that it is a mod appreciation stream. So that'll be Friday. And then Saturday, I'll be doing a members only stream with the one and only Cool Frog. So
we got several awesome mods in the chat too. Actually. We got Suzanne and Rabbit, Lady Autumn Sky.
Yeah.
Yes.
You've got some awesome mods out there.
Yeah, so I'm so happy you guys are here.
And I wanted a lot of these, streamers to come in, have a good time, feel relaxed and talk good about their mods. Tell them what they really like about them. And I thought it'd be fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. No, hey, my mods are all number one here, man. I think you guys are all ranked number one with me.
Well, And also on top of that, there's going to be a game. The mod appreciation was more or less the backup to it, because I'm not sure if the game is going to work or not. I haven't done it before, so I'll give it a try.
Speaking of mods, I do have a promise I've made to one of mine, and I'm gonna do this a certain way. Tweety, are you still here? Chime in if you are. Please let me know that you're still here. If you chime in, I'll do this. If not, I'll have to save it for another time. But I do have a promise I need to keep, and I will keep that promise as soon as I hear from Tweety. And I know that she is here. I will keep that promise. So tonight, what we're doing, ladies and gentlemen, is we are taking a look at. We're continuing our series, and I like the series that I like having you here for these series on the UFO stuff, Shizzy. We're having a great time, and I hope that we can continue to do this as a series. This is part of Unveiling Reality. You know, the way that I want to structure Unveiling Reality is that I'm going to have like one or two streams a month that are going to be particularly about the Unveiling Reality topic, and we're going to go over the board, and I'll have my dialogues on that. But I also want to do the debunking side of things too, because that's what Unveiling Reality is about as well. And we get on topics when you get on a roll. I'm going to continue that series. So next week, this is probably going to be a two-parter. And I did talk to Caitlin comments about next week. If you can do that one as well, we can all get back together for that. I like having you two on for doing these type of streams.
She's fun.
We got a ways to go. Yes, absolutely. We got a ways to go with the UFO rabbit hole, because we got the Disclosure Project, which we're going to start to tackle this week. And then we're going to, after that part of it's over, we got the Galactic Federation of Light, which is a whole conspiratainment rabbit hole unto itself. It's a lot of fun listening to all these stories people come up with about this Galactic Federation of Light. But we have to get from the Disclosure Project to there, because this is the stepping stones we're going through. And where it's going to land is it's going to land on current events, right? And it's going to land on the current UFO thing that's going on, the UAP thing that's going on, whatever they're calling it these days, right? And how these things miraculously seem to spring up and become important whenever there's something very controversial going on. And I actually saw an article today in Yahoo that said QAnon supporters are pushing the fact that the UFO hearings are a distraction. So there you go. Now you know we're over the target. We got the flat, right? It's like everybody knows that I'm the farthest thing from a QAnon supporter there is. I was one of the first people calling out when it happened, way back when. So go, Yahoo News and the corrupt media can suck it, but we're going to be going all the way down there, and then we're going to talk about what these things really are, could be, and hopefully along the way we pick up a lot of information to kind of help us with that assessment when we get there. But we're going to be taking a look at that as we go. So that's awesome. And again, I love having you here, Shiz. Absolutely. We're gonna have some fun. And this is a trip backwards to 2001 tonight, where we're going to be looking at the Disclosure Project's first national press conference in Washington, D.C. This is the big announcement, the big walkout. And it's important to know when you go into this, you'll see the leader of this group is this Dr. Stephen Greer, like a medical doctor, Stephen Greer, right? And what he's all about, and how he's gone from an ER doctor to a UFOologist and the leader of this Disclosure Project. Something that on the surface looks very, very noble, I would say. Hey, what's up, Jacob? How you doing, buddy? How you doing, man? Happy you're here. Yes. Everybody in the house. But when you dig a little deeper into it, you start to see, well, it doesn't really, there's some things about it that doesn't really hold up to the truthfulness of this thing, right? And I got a couple different things we're going to look at, but I'm trying to decide if I really want to show this F-14 pilot that I really like a lot as an introduction to this, and then we'll kind of go back. I think I'm going to do it this way, yeah. Then we'll go back and we'll look at the Disclosure Project 2001, right? But Ward Carroll is an American hero. He flew. He was in the goose seat, okay, of the F-14s, Tomcats.
Okay.
So he flew. I can't remember what they call it right now, but he was in the. He'll tell you. But he had an assessment about UFOologists, real truth, and UFOs and aliens, and it's very like neutral. It's a very neutral assessment, I would think. But he is a real combat pilot, and he does train combat pilots. So he's like Top Gun dude, right?
Yeah.
And if you don't know who Ward Carroll is, I would highly suggest that you take a look at his content, because he is again an American hero, and he has some great stories, man. Just some great stories. And before I pull this up, Shizzy, your background in the military.
Yes. What, you want to know what my background was?
Yeah. Just to fill us in, because as far as the military goes, you're the subject matter expert right here on this panel.
I don't know about expert. I am definitely not.
Well, you have the experience.
History. I mean, if you consider basic training and 4 years of being in the Army, I would say there's a lot more people that are a lot more qualified. I've never even been in
the
combat.
Humbleness of this man.
No, seriously, I've never been in combat. That was I got in at a time, still was the Cold War, and I got out right before the first Gulf War, and they haven't looked back, so that's, I mean, I was a mechanic in the military, 63 Bravo. I did 4 years, all stateside, because it was National Guard. It wasn't full-time Army. I was too young at the time for them to accept me into full-time Army, even though I had a GED. But I did 4 years while I was, working pipeline construction. And I saw there was more money working pipeline construction than there was being in the military. I got out after 4 years, got a general discharge, and that turned into an honorable after my time was served. And that was it. Just pretty straightforward,
Cool. Okay, so now we know. Not during World War II. Tweety is here. Not during World War II.
War.
Into the Cold War. That's the late 80s, right? Mid to late 80s. Yeah.
I went in 86, got out in 90.
Okay, so I'm gonna do it like this, Shiz. I'm gonna come up front here for a minute. All right, so Tweety, I made a promise. I'm gonna keep the promise. I said I would do it live, and I'm gonna this is how it goes. I'm gonna speak in a little bit of code here, okay? So hopefully you can follow me. If not, just ask me later. But I'm gonna speak in a little bit of code.
Hey, Tweety, good to see you.
That's Shizzy. He's right there. There he is. See him?
Okay,
I'm gonna come up front though, because this is me. I gotta do this. All right. So okay. So Tweety, I was there, and he did tell her to ban you. All right. That's all I'm gonna say about that. He, you know who I'm talking about, did tell her, you know who I'm talking about, to ban you. That it was perfectly fine to go ahead and do it. I was there. I promised I would disclose this. That's all I'm going to say about it. If you need more information, contact me offline. That's all I got to do. I keep my promises, and that's my promise. And there you have it. Okay, so back to the show. Okay, I see Jacob says Ward was pushing the Ghost of Kiev crap for a while. Now, did he finish up on that? Did he circle back? I'm not sure. I don't think one mistake defines anybody. So, if that was a miscue on his part, I don't think that takes away all of his service and everything he's on, or his opinion on this matter for that. So, I will, we'll just go ahead and just go with it. And then we'll get into the disclosure project. But I want to kind of put this out there, because I think he did a good rundown on Greer. That's fair. Like, I may be a little bit more critical, but I just want to kind of a neutral party to introduce the leader of the disclosure project. So here you go.
We've dealt with the subject of UFOs on the channel a handful of times before.
Shizzy, why does everybody who is streaming on YouTube have guitars? We all have guitars.
Well,
I have guitars behind me. You just can't see them.
I see he's got a Les Paul, Rickenbacker.
Because he plays in a band called Danger Boy.
2 Les Pauls there. Okay, I've heard the name before.
I think it's called Danger Boy. It says at the end, it's Danger something. But yeah, he's a player. But yeah, there's something about that, man.
including episodes that looked at Project Blue Book and Area 51 in the 50s and 60s, the Tic Tac FLIR footage from 2004, and the Pentagon's report to Congress last year that led to the creation of a new Department of Defense subagency called the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office that has the mission to investigate UFOs and other phenomena in the air, sea, and/or space and/or land. In recent weeks, David Grush, an Air Force veteran and former member of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, made headlines as he emerged as a so-called whistleblower with knowledge of UFO crash retrieval teams, including the recovery of alien bodies and other shadowy government programs. But since
Look at
that picture looks so photoshopped.
Oh,
I mean,
he's like, that's what you wore. Help me. Going home.
like, one, look at where their arms are carried. If that thing was heavy, they wouldn't be carrying it like that. They wouldn't have had it in a stretcher.
Well, they don't want to touch it, man. Don't have your shoes on.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Where it's been.
alien bodies and other shadowy government programs. But since 1993, the organization that's been persistently trying to shine a light on the UFO phenomenon more than any other is the Disclosure Project, headed by a man named Stephen Greer. Before Greer became a ufologist, he worked as an emergency room physician. After his second UFO encounter, he began to research how the U.S. government was dealing with the possible existence of alien life forms. And in the process of that research, he started to grow a database of people who claimed to have also had encounters with UFOs. He founded the Disclosure Project as a nonprofit with the mission to make the White House, Congress, the Pentagon, and the general public aware of and concerned with what the organization labels as a crisis more serious than any military threat we're aware of. Earlier this week, Dr. Greer spoke at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., and he started his remarks with why the Disclosure Project is ramping up their intensity now. And it's because what he calls official law created over the last year or so is that Congress has mandated that the Pentagon, specifically the intelligence community, research the UFO crisis and report back to them. Adopting that mandate for itself, this week the Disclosure Project handed both Congress and AARO at the Pentagon a list of 145 top-secret facilities and bases, 752 witnesses from the military, defense sector, and government agencies, and 121 UFO crash retrieval case documents. He also submitted stats like 122 vehicles have come down and 60 to 70 extraterrestrial vehicles have been recovered over the last 80 years. In company with Dr. Greer at this press conference were a number of whistleblowers, all with amazing stories to tell. Michael Herrera was a Marine Corps infantryman serving in the Philippines who claims to have stumbled across a UFO retrieval team in action. The team held him hostage for a time and then let him go with the threat of death if he said anything about what he saw. Stephen Digna Jr. was an Army sergeant in charge of range control when a wedge-shaped vehicle appeared without clearance, a situation he called very dangerous. After that, he and his wife encountered a vehicle next to a desert road, and as they approached, the vehicle emitted a beam that put his wife into stasis, a frozen state. D.C. Long was working with his father at Fort Bragg when he came across a DUM, which is an acronym for Deep Underground Military Base, and the next day, his father's business was mysteriously cleaned out, and he was left with nothing. And Eric Heckler was a contractor working for Raytheon at the South Pole who claims that the ice cube neutrino there is actually a multifaceted directed energy weapon and a faster-than-light communications facility. During his remarks, Heckler also asserted that the testing of that weapon caused earthquakes in New Zealand. I will say that whether their stories are believable or not, all of the witnesses came off as earnest and serious. None of them can be dismissed right off the bat as tinfoil hat types. Now, Dr. Greer puts UFOs into two basic categories, man-made and alien. And at the briefing, he showed a number of examples of the difference between the two, appearance-wise. He also counsels the government, particularly the Department of Defense, not to treat alien UFOs as inherently dangerous, which is something Hollywood and sci-fi novels have tended to do over the years. DoD tends to be a hammer that looks at everything else as nails, Greer said. We shouldn't look at everything as a threat. What can we do if we don't try to weaponize everything we don't understand? It's man-made UFOs that Greer views as the real threat. He frames the activities of those behind them as, quote, a shadowy, deep black operation being run outside the proper supervision of the president and Congress, end quote, and cites Eisenhower as the first commander-in-chief to lose control of these programs and says no president has come anywhere close to having dominion over them since. He also says that Arizona Senator Barry Goldwater was on the trail at one point, but was cut out of the program by legendary Air Force General Curtis LeMay, who was himself also not fully aware of the activities of those developing man-made UFOs. Overall, Greer characterizes the Disclosure Project's activities as support for the constitutional government in regaining control. And that's a remarkable way to situate this so-called crisis, in that we normally think of the government hiding things from the public in a variety of ways. Black programs like the F-117, Delta Force, and SEAL Team 6 under the auspices of national security. But in this case, what Dr. Greer is asserting is that these deep black programs operate without any checks and balances, even those limited ones that traditional black programs have. And what's even more remarkable is he claims these programs have in their possession unsanctioned free energy technology, a zero-point quantum vacuum energy system that pulls energy out of the fabric of space and time. During the briefing at the National Press Club, Dr. Greer held up a piece of paper and scribed a line from corner to corner on it, saying, "The line from A to B represents our current understanding of time and space." Then he folded the piece of paper in half and said, "That represents what a zero-point quantum vacuum energy system can do." Greer says that these technologies would have a huge revolutionary effect macroeconomically. The climate crisis, cross-border conflicts, and poverty would end overnight. But he warns there would be some losers: the oil industry, public utilities, nuclear power, wind, solar, surface roads. Eventually, all of those things would be obsolete. And for that reason, Greer claims the wealthy barons in each of those sectors, the power brokers, have suppressed the adoption of free energy systems and threatened those with awareness of those systems with no less than execution if they go public. And he also claims that the actions of man-made...
It's always the power brokers. I've been covering this with what's his face, John Wade Todd. It's always the people that have a lot of money that are controlling everything. Seems a little odd. I mean, if they're that powerful and they have that much money and they're that smart, why wouldn't they just harness it and sell it? I mean, that would be the logical thing to do in your lifetime, because we're not going to run out of oil or coal or surface streets in our lifetime.
Well, but they maintain a generational power structure. So that's what messes people up, I think, when in terms of looking at the elitists versus the rest of us, is that they're maintaining a generational thing. They're maintaining a multi-generational power structure, right? We tend to look within just 1 to 2 generations in us and our kids, right?
Yeah, but
things like that.
Even Thomas Sowell would tell you that, you can lose whole generation, multi-generations worth of wealth by one bad actor in your family. I mean, it doesn't take much to go broke. It's a lot harder to keep it and keep the machines going. Yeah.
That's where the idea of them, the rest of it comes from. I have in this show, we talk about the take on that, right? Is that the global ownership class is what I call it. Like, and it's more of like it's like the idea of like there's one head of them telling all the rest of them what to do is bullshit, right? Because at some level they all believe they're at the top. So they're if they're in their own mind, maybe they're vying for number 1 or something, but nobody tells them what to do. Like, who's telling Soros what to do? Who's telling Rockefeller what to do? Who's telling this guy what to do? They're not telling that. They may decide to collaborate on some stuff because they got the money to put into it. If me and you had the money to put into an upcoming band, say, right? And we both saw this band. We went out for some beers. We saw this band. We're like, dude, this band is a shit. Let's put them on the road. We would both know how to do that, and we'd have the money to do that, right? So we could come together and do that on the spot because we had we were generationally there. We had the money. We had everything else. We had the iPhone, whatever. But and I think they collaborate on a big deal because they own so much. It's almost like a natural effect. Of course, there also is the elitist kind of breakaway society that they have that. For instance, like if you look at like Jekyll Island and Yulee, Florida, right? They're right close to each other. And I was doing this correlation the other day because I was looking at a documentary on the Indian burial ground on Jekyll Island, right? And how the Rockefeller's house is built on or near that. And that for a long time, that little area was the elitist kind of like getaway hangout. It was like they would be off in their little corners doing their things. Well, when I went to the Yulee White Oak Wildlife Preserve, right, which is not very far from Jekyll Island at all, That was another billionaire playground that was off limits to the regular folks for hundreds of years, for 100 years. And then it was opened up, like, not actually fairly recently, as opposed to how long it's been there. Exotic animals, golf courses, cool pools, buildings that were built ahead of their time. Literally, the building I walked through looked like it could have been built 10 years ago, and it was built like way back, like stuff that you would think that wouldn't be in a house like that when it was built. It was in there, technology and shit like that. So it's pretty wild. And of course, that's why I told you I saw the dinosaur fossils like up close, like the T-Rex and all that stuff. It was in there, billionaire playground. So they have these breakaway societies, and within that, they have their kids are raised within it, and there's a whole different thing that gets us off topic right now. But
sorry.
No. That's me. I'll take it off topic.
Like I said, I just find it funny that all of the evil and the hiding is always the wealthy billionaires.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not always them, that's for sure. There's a lot of accolades and a lot of people that are enabling it, I would say.
Right.
Yeah. Is that kind of what you meant?
Yeah.
UFO programs are illegal and represent crimes against humans worldwide. And as a result, the Disclosure Project is launching a Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act, better known as RICO, against corporations and individuals involved. At the briefing in D.C. this week, one of the Disclosure Project's lawyers, named Derek Garcia, outlined the extent of the alleged crimes these deep black organizations have committed. And they include treason, murder, mass murder, torture, and kidnapping, among a litany of other charges. The bottom line for the Disclosure Project is the secrecy around UFOs is the threat to national security, not the UFOs themselves. Dr. Stephen Greer left a medical career to dedicate his life to the pursuit of a greater understanding of the UFO phenomenon, and you have to respect that. However, I do think there are a couple of big unanswered questions. The first question is, how are these programs funded, and how are the folks involved compensated? Whistleblower testimony suggests that it wouldn't be government funded, so that leaves defense corporations like Raytheon, which was mentioned during the press briefing. But Raytheon, like most defense firms, is a publicly traded company with a CEO who reports to a board of directors. I think the idea that there would be billions of dollars of investment in UFO tech over decades with zero return is unrealistic, to put it mildly. Which leads to question number 2. If a company like Raytheon is in possession of proprietary and disruptive technology that would render major sectors like oil, energy, and transportation irrelevant, why would that company sit on it? Because of threats of execution from rival fat cats at the top of now irrelevant industries who stand to lose big when free energy is introduced? That would be like, say, Ford electing not to produce the Model T because they were threatened by companies that made leather horse bridles, or Apple holding back on the iPhone because they were threatened by touch-tone phone manufacturers. That's not how commercial innovation works. There is too much money to be made with disruptive tech for legacy industries to hold it back. And if powerful execs threatened you with execution, why wouldn't you retain a lawyer and sue them for all they're worth? What do you think? Are UFOs man-made or otherwise real? And are they a greater threat to the U.S. than Russia and China, as Dr. Greer said at the D.C. press conference this week? Let me know in the comments section below. All right, that'll do it for this episode. As always, if you're not a subscriber, become one so you don't miss anything on this and other topics going forward. And I'd love to meet you at Moochapalooza in Annapolis on July 15th, featuring a showcase set by my new band, Danger Boy. Check the link.
There you go. Yeah, I wanted to make sure we included that. Mooch was his
Absolutely.
name, his call sign name as a F-14 pilot.
Moochapalooza.
Yeah.
Nice.
I actually spent some time in Annapolis, so I know the town well. We have a very enthusiastic David Greer, Dr. Greer fan in the audience tonight. Rick B, I see you,
Awesome.
brother. I see
Good.
you. He's got a lot to say about it.
That's a wonderful thing. I mean, there's something to be said about believing with verified information. And I will say that I have a hard time believing it because, well, I lived out in the plains of New Mexico. I saw a lot of shit that was beautiful, a lot of shooting stars, a lot of unexplained activities, but I've never seen an alien and I've never seen a UFO. So
let me ask before we get started on the we're gonna do Rick, you're gonna like this. We're gonna watch the Disclosure Project National Press Club conference from 2001.
Absolutely.
Just to take it back to the beginning. But I want to ask Rick a question. Do you believe there's a galactic federation of light out there that is the Galactic Council of Aliens or so on. I'm just wondering where you stand on that and where you're at in this whole understanding. You know, obviously I've been researching this stuff for 15 years. I know this stuff well, and I'm just curious where are you at on the path here. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and start this up. Let me pull it up here. And what you're going to see is an introduction, and then Greer's going to speak, and then there's going to be a lineup of the original Disclosure people. I guess the top ones he feels like are worth bringing to the show, and or that can fit in there, or could make it, or I don't know, or whatever reason they're the ones that are there. I know there's a lot more people than this. However, we're going to, because of the length of it, I might skip ahead on some of what they're saying, right? I kind of want to get you an idea of who they are, because I have like the sit down interviews with them waiting in the background. So we'll feel it out, but just to let you know, that's how it's going to run. And then the way it works is that Greer comes back up at the end, and then they do a mini press conference. But I have the actual sit down interviews as well, and I want us to kind of like watch more of that. You get deeper explanations there, and they're not on camera or feeling nervous in front of a press conference, right? So here we go.
Yeah, in front of a large group of people, that would make me nervous.
Yeah. A lot of these guys are nervous, first time speaking.
If I'm not used to it.
But yeah, we'll wait to see what Rick has to say about that. Recognize this guy?
The great screen actor Jimmy Cagney was working with a young actress that was about to be fired. He went to the director and said, "Let me talk to her." And he walked over to the actress and he said, "Look, it's simple. You walk in the room, you plant your feet, look me in the eye, and tell the truth." The logo of the X-Files is "The truth is out there." The truth is out there. I'm going to paraphrase. The truth is in here. You're about to hear the truth. I'm an actor. My name is John Cipher. For 7 years, I walked through the door, planted my feet, and tried to tell the truth as Chief Daniels on Hill Street Blues, as General Craig on the hit sitcom Major Dad. I was 2 years on Dynasty. You're on Knots Landing. I've done 5 afternoon soap operas, 12 Broadway shows, and 20 films. One of the Broadway shows I did was the great musical Man of La Mancha on Broadway. I was Richard Kiley's original understudy. I sang the words to dream the impossible dream, to fight the unbeatable foe, to bear with unbearable sorrow, to run where the brave dare not go. I'm here to introduce your host this morning, Dr. Stephen Greer. He's a man who is running pell-mell where the brave dare not go. He was an emergency room physician. In fact, the director of emergency medicine at a major hospital in North Carolina. 3 years ago, he sat his wife and his 4 daughters down and said, "I've been doing this part-time, running after the truth, for 7 years now. Now I'm going to do it full-time." He walked away from all that money to pursue the truth. I always think of Hamlet's great line to Horatio, "There are more things between heaven and hell than are dreamed of in your philosophy, Horatio." I'm going to introduce a man who says, there are more things between heaven and hell than any of us have accepted. And I have the witnesses and the documents to prove it. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Stephen Greer.
Thank you very much, John. Members of the press, the American public, and people of the world. We are here today to disclose the truth about a subject that has been ridiculed and questioned, denied for at least 50 years. The men and women who are on this stage and the some 350 additional military intelligence witnesses to the so-called UFO matter and extraterrestrial intelligence can prove and will prove that we are not alone. I would like to thank Sarah McClendon, who is with us today, the famed White House correspondent, for her sponsorship of this meeting. Thank you very much, Sarah. In 1993, a group of military advisors to this project and I met out in the countryside in Virginia. And we decided that it was time for civilians, military, intelligence, and other people to come together to disclose the truth about the subject which is called UFOs. Since that time, I have personally briefed a sitting Director of Central Intelligence, James Woolsey, President Clinton's first CI director. I have personally briefed the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, the head of Intelligence Joint Staff, members of the Senate Intelligence Committee, many members of Congress, members of the European leadership, the Japanese cabinet, and others. And what I have found is that none of them are surprised that this is true, but they are uniformly horrified that they have not had access to these projects. We can establish through these witnesses whom we have identified, which now number over 400. And these are people who have been inside the CIA, NSA, NRO, Air Force, Navy, Marines.
Paused. You hit the pause button. Hello?
Oh, wait, sorry, wrong mic. I did hit the pause button. I just wanted to let Rick B1 know that I'm starring a lot of his comments here, and we're going to go back and address these. But just the way it's going to work is we're going to play some of this and get into it for the rest of the crowd. So don't think that your comments are going unheard or unread. I will come back around and we will discuss these. So hang tight.
Absolutely.
Army, all divisions of the intelligence and military community, as well as corporate witnesses, contractors to the government. And these are folks who have been involved in so-called black budget or covert unacknowledged projects. These unacknowledged special access projects are taking in at least $40 to $80 billion per year. And they are sitting on technologies that can change the world forever. The reason we are coming forward now is that we are asking for the US Congress and for President Bush to move towards an official inquiry and disclosure on this subject. It has the most profound implications for the human future, for the US national security, and for world peace. Specifically, technologies connected to UFO and extraterrestrial vehicles, if declassified and used for peaceful energy generation and propulsion, would solve the looming energy crisis definitively, would end global warming, would correct the environmental challenges that the Earth is facing. It is also critical that we begin to debate as a society the propriety of placing weapons in space. If indeed, as we can prove, it is true that we are not alone and that space is territory which we are sharing with other civilizations, it could be a very imprudent, destabilizing thing to place weapons in space. This is not being debated because it is off the national and international radar screens. It needs to be placed on it, and we are here today to do it. We can establish through this testimony.
I want to stop right there. Okay, so what Greer's done is he's just established the point of the first disclosure project. Now, today, I think they're calling it Disclosure Project 2.0, but I don't know if that's just a fan-made name or not. I don't know if that's official. They changed their name. Now, if you notice this, I'm going to pull this off for just a second. We're going to come right back. I did pull this up to make a point here. Yeah, if you look at this now, the direct link to this is what I mean. the direct link to the disclosureproject.org, which was their main website, is now gone. Okay, it expired. It's not there anymore. And this is off the wiki, so the Stephen Greer wiki. So I just want to point that out. So I don't know if they've changed brands or what, but that the original intent of this disclosure project was to stop the weaponization of space, and I think we'll hear about it later, but to try to instigate the release of zero-point energy technologies that could power the world and without cost, right? So just let me pull this back up. I just want to make sure that we know that that's the established premise here.
So
And
I'm
that's
just
what,
curious, out of
sure.
all this, what
Mhm.
what happened? If they were pushing so hard for it, receiving lots of funding from multiple people to create the disclosure project in 2001. Here we are over 20 years later, and it's taken them that long to what, form a second part of it.
No, there's things in between. There's things in between, including the serious movie that he did. So there's a timeline here. We're just starting at the beginning. And we'll follow the timeline, and we'll talk about the next several projects and who he's currently partnering with today and what their background is and so on. So we're going to dig in deep. And like I said, this is probably going to carry on for another episode or two, maybe hopefully just one
Nice.
more. Yeah. So, but if we got to go for an extra one, we'll go for an extra one. But no, there's a lot to unpack here. Like and I'm trying to think of, as we go through this series, whether I need to drill down on the individuals or not. I think this tonight will tell me a lot, like how we look at this and how we analyze it will tell me a lot about whether I need to deep dive on some of these guys or what. I think a lot of them will kind of speak for themselves, if you follow me. And there is
Yeah.
one particular woman that I want to point out at the end here that's of particular interest to me for a certain reason. So yeah, we'll go with that. I just want to make sure that the that we establish the premise of what they're talking about.
Once he finishes his introduction, if you want to bring up Rick's, we can address those.
Alrighty.
That these objects of extraterrestrial origin have been tracked on radar going thousands of miles per hour, stopping and making right-hand turns. That they use anti-gravity propulsion systems, which we have already figured out how they work in classified projects in the United States, Great Britain, and elsewhere. That these objects have landed on terra firma, at times have been disabled, and have been retrieved specifically by teams within the United States. That extraterrestrial life forms have been retrieved, and their vehicles have been taken and studied thoroughly for at least 50 years. We can prove through the testimony and documents that we will be presenting that this subject has been hidden from members of Congress and at least 2 administrations that we are aware of, presidential administrations, and that the Constitution of the United States has been subverted by the growing power of these classified projects, and that this is a danger to the national security. There is no evidence, I wish to emphasize, that these life forms from elsewhere are hostile towards us, but there is a great deal of evidence that they are concerned with our hostility. There are times when they have neutralized or rendered inert the launch capabilities of intercontinental ballistic missiles. Witnesses here today will describe those events to you. They have shown clearly that they do not want
that. I'm going to find that footage. That is that went around big time back in the day. This idea that this UFO flew over and disabled a nuclear missile. It kind of went viral back in the earlier days of YouTube. And that's what he's referring to, if anybody's not familiar with that. I'll see if I can find the footage. A lot of this older stuff is hard to find. Things I remember from like 15 years ago, 10 years ago, it's really hard to find on YouTube. Like that's what I'm saying. It may take a couple episodes to really get everything in, because the research on this is really tough. I figured it'd all still be there, but there's some stuff that I can't find these days that I knew was there way back in the past. So I'm going through hard drives. I'm going through all kinds of old stuff that I have, trying to find this stuff. And I'll try my best. So we'll see if we can actually pull it up. But otherwise, I just want people to have the context. So that's what he's talking about.
us to weaponize space, and yet we are proceeding down that dangerous path. And it will be established that these projects, because they have not been supervised properly by the Congress, by the US president, by the international community, have become a threat to the national security. And for this reason, we feel we must disclose the facts. This is the beginning of the campaign for disclosure. And in a memo that I wrote to President Bush last week, I've stated that this campaign will persist until our goals are met, and they are as follows: that we have open, honest hearings on the subject in the US Congress, that there be a permanent ban on the weaponization of space or the targeting of any objects of extraterrestrial origin, that there be a full and complete study of classified technologies connected to this subject to see how they could be properly declassified and applied for peaceful energy generation so that the world may get off of fossil fuels in enough time to prevent greater ecosystem damage or war over the looming energy crisis, which is sure to sweep the earth in the coming decade. This is a matter of the most pressing import. It has been ridiculed, yes. I know many in the media would like to talk about little green men. But in reality, the subject is laughed at because it is so serious. I have had grown men weep who are in the Pentagon, who are members of Congress, and who have said to me, what are we going to do? Here's what we will do. We will see that this matter is properly disclosed, and these courageous witnesses, the first 21 of over 100 that we have already interviewed on videotape, have stepped forward to speak the truth. Now, I expect people to be skeptical, but not irrationally so, because these men and women have come forward and they have their credentials, they can establish who they are, and they have been firsthand witnesses to some of the most important events in the history of the human race. As was pointed out to me by some of the men here, they were charged with handling the nuclear weapons of the United States. Their word was trusted on everything of great importance for the national security. We must trust their word now. As Monsignor Balducci said at the Vatican, in an interview I had with him recently, it is irrational not to accept the testimony of these witnesses. So please be skeptical, but that is not the same as prejudiced and closed-minded. This is a matter of great importance, and I ask the media, the scientific community, and the political community to look seriously at this matter and to do the right thing for humanity and for our children. We have available for the media and for members of Congress a nearly 500-page briefing document with transcripts from dozens of these top secret witnesses. We have a 4-hour videotape summary. It's not a commercial product, I'll warn you, from this project of the 120 hours that we have in interviews so far. They've been boiled down to 4 hours, and it's available for the Congress to review and for the major media to review. We can establish that this subject is real and has tremendous significance for the human future. I ask on all of you who are listening to contact the members of Congress that represent you and the leaders around the world and other countries and ask them to hold an honest inquiry into this subject to support a ban on weaponizing space, since we are sharing space with other life forms, and that we move quickly as a people to understanding that this is the end of the childhood of the human race. It is time for us to become mature adults in the cosmic civilizations out there. To do this, we must become a peaceful civilization, and we must look as we go into space with an intent of cooperating with other civilizations, not weaponizing that high frontier. The men and women who will speak next will do so in order, beginning on your left. They will introduce themselves. I ask for the media to refrain from questions until each witness has spoken briefly about who they are and what they have personally been involved with or witnessed in their government, military, or government-connected careers. At the end, we will have questions. All of you may ask questions for as long as we can stay here, and we will provide you with all the information that you need. So we will begin now with the first of our witnesses, Mr. John Callahan.
Witness for me, brother. Witness.
All right. All right. So we have the introduction here. You hear me, right?
Yeah. Very good introduction.
Yeah. Nice introduction. Nice press conference. So we established a premise that it's about not weaponizing space because there's other life forms out in space that we share the space with. I think that's, is that what you got out of it?
Yeah, that's what I got out of it.
Okay. So what are your thoughts?
I mean, that was part of what I got out of it. I mean, he's also explaining that, these are people that have firsthand experience with UFOs, and they come from very high-ranking fields, working in nuclear projects, and that they come to bear witness to what they've seen and what they've experienced, and the kind of work that the government is doing that we don't know about. That's what I'm gathering so far. That was a pretty good premise of his opening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, and I think that in terms of national defense and military, that a lot of things do happen veiled, right? And that's for a matter of national security, in a sense that if you're competing with another nation, like an enemy nation, a hostile nation, a combatant nation, whatever it is, that you want to be a step ahead of them if there's ever a conflict, right? You want to have the better weapons, you want to have the better intel. And so there's certain reasons that things are kept secret. And I think we kind of all understand that.
One thing I did learn in the military, where people would say, "Oh, this is ridiculous. The government would pay $10 for a hammer, $30 for a hammer, whatever it might be. Where is that money really going to?" Well, a lot of that money that is being allocated in, they are actually paying $10 for a hammer because they just bid it wrong. Somebody didn't pay any attention, and that kind of bloat ends up happening. Company makes out like a bandit, and they usually won't use them again after that. So whenever people say, well, there's billions of dollars that's unaccounted for, well, think about how much money was left in Afghanistan, how much equipment was left in Afghanistan when we pulled out suddenly. There was a lot of money that was left behind. We're talking about cash on the table, a lot of money left in banks, various other places, a lot of equipment that was just left destroyed, and they picked up and were out of there. So it's whenever you have multiple things going on around the world, you're paying for the technology, the research into the next, self-defense system. Think about the what do they call that in Jerusalem? The Iron Shield or something like that, where they've got rockets that will fire and shoot down rockets as they're being launched, into Jerusalem. We saw that nice, wonderful display sometime last year, where they were launching rockets into Jerusalem. So some of our funding goes to supply and support to other countries, militarily. It's not all black projects that are going on. Think about how much money we just sent to Ukraine in multiple installments. We won't get into that, but how much money was actually sent off to Ukraine? That's not a small amount of money. We're talking billions.
Yep.
And if you think about billions, think about this: $100 compared to $100,000. is the same way that you would compare $1 million to $1 billion. It's it's no comparison.
Right. Yeah, and when you have a lot of money, like what is a $10 bill to some people is a $100 bill to you.
Yeah.
You know, it just becomes like that. You're pulling out hundreds instead of tens. That's the evolution of income. Like when you go from this amount to this amount to this amount, and then when you get up into the millions, dropping 100K, that's like dropping a 10 too to some people. You know.
Yeah.
You
Exactly.
have it in the wallet, like you have so many tens in your wallet that are really 10,000s or 100,000s that you just, here you go. You know, it's a different state of mind. It's just how you spend the denominations. But it's always important to look at the macro and micro and things, you know, and compare it. And just to FYI to everybody in the chat that are commenting and participating, I appreciate it. I am starring comments as they come in. Thomas, thank you so much for your participation. I am starring your comments so we can get to them. I got a little bit of a collection here going, but it's okay because we're going to get to them all. Now, as we go on, I guess we can kind of like hit this one real quick. So there is proof of all the above. Greer has it all, plus hundreds of whistleblowers. He has given the government a limited time to get their act together, or it will go public all over the world. Now, I got to tell you, Rick, I've been hearing that for 15 years. Well, hold on. It's just 2001. So maybe I've been hearing it a lot longer.
Over 20 years.
Yeah. I tend to underestimate my years a lot. So
yeah, same.
It just seems like yesterday to me. But you know, and in terms of whistleblowers, in terms of all the stuff, right? These are, we have to take into consideration a couple of things. One, that, and he'll tell you this at the end of the conference, by the way, that you know, as a ER doctor, has he been censored by people who want to just get drugs? You know, maybe, not likely, but maybe. And so he admits full on that, you know, some of this stuff might not be on the up and up at the end, but that he has no formal training to do so in deciphering it. And it's a massive project. So we kind of give him a little bit of slack on that. But in terms of whistleblowers, you know, most of these guys never did have to go and testify in front of Congress. I don't believe that they ever thought that they would, but we'll get into that more. But I always take things with a grain of salt. Like, just because you're a whistleblower doesn't mean you carry the truth with you. Like, you know, the recent guy doesn't, you know, he's saying a lot. The new guy, Gresh, he's saying a lot.
Yep.
He's not saying it too well, though, in my opinion, in terms of reading his body language, choice of language, and all of the above. And these people that are whistleblowers, I tend to look for passion and tend to look for other intangibles that are off the board in terms of, you know, believability. You have to be very acute and aware of the COINTELPRO aspect of these type of things. Well, especially when you're dealing with information like this. There is a lot of gaming that's been going on in the government. The government is definitely our system here today is definitely full of corruption, and that's something that we've been talking about on an Unveiling Reality for a very long time, since the beginning. But subversion, how it works, how mind control works, how all these things work. This is what this show is about. And so we have to like walk into every situation we're looking at with an open mind, but also a skeptical mind, in the sense that we're going to check the dot the I's, cross the T's, double check on what we're doing, and not buy into anything on faith, right? We're going to take our time and decipher it and analyze it slowly so that we can have a good understanding of what's going on using our past knowledge and understanding. So in this case,
and as you're saying this, you know, there's always a possibility I could be absolutely wrong, and I'm all I say is that I'm just naturally a skeptical person, just from past experience. And I mean, like I said, that's one of the reasons why I've been doing the John Wayne Todd tapes. He talked about being a former witch and end of life, he was, you know, running around in homemade women's clothing in front of patients and half out of his mind. You know, locked up in a mental institution, and by his own doing.
We'll get to that.
You know,
That's coming up.
I do
Episodes.
have to be skeptical.
No, I understand. And the second comment from Rick, these were made earlier on, but I wanted to make sure I went back and addressed them because he had a lot to say. Anything you hear from anyone claiming Dr. Greer is wrong is in fact misinformation. There is a limited time. Oh, and the stash he has with proof is spread around the world, so anything happens. So again, he's been saying that for a long time.
It's what I want.
I wouldn't immediately dismiss anything that goes against Greer as misinformation. That's getting to a religious kind of level of things.
Yes.
Mr. Greer is a human being. He makes mistakes like the rest of us. And I would not dismiss anyone trying to search for the truth amongst, this story. And, the motto here on this channel is like, we would rather the truth than be right. And I would hope that Dr. Greer would have the same attitude, especially since he's standing in front of the world trying to get this done.
I think it would be beautiful if it was true.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my outlook on it. I think it's a beautiful thing if they actually do have the technology that could end, fossil fuels. Shit, sign me up. But I'm still going to be skeptical of it. We've seen someone that said they could get a drop of blood and figure out everything that was wrong with you and create a new thing that would help everybody. And it turns out that it was or they could do DNA testing. What was that name? Katie Holmes. You know who I'm talking about? Whatever, that dressed like. It sounds familiar. That dressed like Stephen Jobs. And they found that she didn't have a machine that was this thing that she claimed it could do. So
yeah, I do remember that. Yeah,
we've seen people that can run a long scam. But like John Hutchinson running around in women's clothing and being told what he believes by his handler. No, it wasn't John Hutchinson.
Yeah, I think he means like kind of like it, like the John Todd, right? I guess John Todd. I don't think he was the handler, right?
Yeah, he was. He was a complete shuckster. That what it is? A shuckster, yeah.
Right. So people can be very convincing, and they can come up with a lot of proof or proofiness, right? So like proof based on you take my word on faith.
Well, and the easiest way to do that is tell something that is partially true, that's easily confirmed, followed up by something that might be a little bit out there.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to fool. Elizabeth Holmes, there definitely. You go. Captain Have Fun knows.
Okay, right on.
Theranos.
Have it.
Theranos, yeah.
Yeah. So let me see if there's another one we can add to here before you get started. So he here you go. It will be brought all over the world. There are other governments who have also captured ETs and their crafts. Okay, so now we're making the confirmation that this is a fact. And when we have not had the rollout. So if it's confirmed fact and we have not had the rollout, what's the holdup here? Because the rollout's going to mean zero point energy and all the oil guys are going to go broke. No, they'll just own the 0 point energy shit and they'll find a way to charge us for it. It's like, I mean, they're in the business, right? But I don't know, like we're going to find out some of his other ET claims though. Didn't turn out so hot. And this is the thing that happens over and over and over again in the cycle when it comes to the UFO world and aliens, right? That's why we have to keep an open mind about this, because there may be other explanations, even though we are being shown something, right? I always question when information is being laid out to me there for me to find, right? So easily. I'm like, oh, was that put there by somebody? Yes, it was, right? So the idea that governments all over the world have captured ETs and their crafts, right? But all we're hearing about is the US right here. And that's, again, I feel like we're making a little bit of a leap in assumptions to say that we could say that's the factual thing. Now, it may turn out to be true, but we have to like walk that line so that we don't fall into any kind of grifts, right? And so that we stay in line with the truth as best possible. So a lot of times it's just the best course of action is to listen, observe with an open mind, and just take in the information, and then we can make an assessment of it. So that we're going to continue to do here. The next comments that he makes will be suitable for later on in the video. But Thomas did come in here, and he did say something interesting I want to say before we continue. I'll start with this one and say it was added at me. Says I would start digging into Alien Scientist channel. He has documented a lot of lost gems on so much. He will hide it all before going on Tim Pool's channel, protect the channel. Okay, I'll check it out. Yeah. So maybe I can find some of the older stuff there. Like I know what I've seen. Yeah, I'm trying to find a lot of it. Like there's this one dude who did a lot of stuff on Galactic Federation. Like I'm a couple episodes ahead of myself on research, and I'm trying to find this dude. I cannot remember his name. I thought it was Ted Gunderson, but it wasn't Ted. It was somebody else. Ted was a New World Order. He was a different kind of guy. But the guy I'm thinking about carried silver around his pockets. He wrote the Palladian handbook or something. I'll figure it out eventually. But yeah, like I said, a lot of the old stuff is hard to find. Didn't it? Yeah. Dude, I read this guy's manuscript. He said he wrote by being, oh my God. He said he had this book beamed down to him from the aliens, and he was their scribe. He was their like almost like God putting the Bible into someone's head and saying, write it. It's like the same kind of story. And boy, when you read this thing, it's like it's acid on acid.
Hair raising.
Hair raising. Yeah. Anyways, let's get going. And yeah, I am watching your comments. I am starring the ones, and just because of the nature of this show, it might take me a minute to get to them, but please keep them coming.
Oh yeah.
My name is John Callahan. I'm a retired FAA employee. I was the division manager for the Accidents Evaluation and Investigation Division in DC. About 2 years before I retired, I received a call from Alaska region where the region wanted to know what to tell the media. When I questioned, tell the media what, he says about the UFO, and it went downhill from there. What UFO? It turned out I told him what any government employee would do at that time was to tell them it's under investigation. And then I had him send all that data to the FAA's tech center in Atlantic City. The next day, my immediate boss, service director, Javi Safir, and I went to Atlantic City. I had just purchased a new video camera, and I videoed the event. In Atlantic City, we had them play back on a scope, you would call it a scope, a plan view display, PVD, exactly what the pilot seen or what the controller seen, and we tied that in with the voice tape so we could hear exactly what the controller said and what he heard, and we taped it. We came back the next day, briefed the administrator, Admiral Ingen, on what happened. He wanted a 5-minute briefing. After we started the briefing, he wanted to know if he could see the video. We put the video on. He watched the video, the whole video. The next day, he set up a meeting for me to give a dog and pony show to President Reagan's scientific staff and whoever they brought over, and to hand off all that data to them. That morning in the FAA round room, it was either 9 or 10 o'clock, 3 men from Reagan's scientific staff, 3 CIA people, 3 FBI people, and I don't remember who the other guys were, along with all the FAA experts that I brought with me that could decide or talk about the hardware and the software, how it worked. We put on a dog and pony show. We let them watch the video. We had all the data there. We had all the printouts that the computer put out. They got all excited over it. When it was all done, the CIA, one of the CIA men told the people they were now sworn to secrecy, that this meeting never happened and this event never happened. When I asked him why, I thought it was probably just a stealth bomber at the time. He says, well, this is the first time that we have recorded radar data on a UFO, and these guys are going to get all excited, drooling over all this data. I said, well, you're going to tell the public about it. And he says, no, we don't tell the public about this. It would panic the public. He says, we're going to go back and study this. I said, okay. It was what he was going to do. Now, I've told this story many times, and I get sometimes funny looks from people. I have with me the voice tapes of the controllers that were involved, the FAA original tapes. See, after we handed this stuff off to the president's staff, the FAA didn't know what to do with it. We don't separate UFOs from real traffic, so it's not our problem. Okay.
So what year was this supposed to happen?
The original of the video that we took, which is rather interesting. And once the thing was all over, the reports started coming into my office, but because it wasn't an FAA air traffic problem, the FAA's report ended up on a table in my office. And it stayed there until I retired, when one of the staffers packed up all my gear and helped it move to my house.
Sorry, dude, I had the wrong mic on. So you're saying what year was he talking about here?
Yeah, that this supposedly happened with this report of this UFO, and he thought it was a stealth bomber.
He says, we're going to go back and study this. I said, okay. It was what he was going to do.
I was grabbing some
Now,
more.
I've told this story many times, and I get sometimes funny looks from
I don't know
people.
that he actually
I
called it out.
have with me the voice tapes of the controllers
Like
that were
cassette
involved,
tape, you know, with
the
no
FAA
CDs.
original tapes.
Well,
See,
no,
after
I'm
we handed this
just
stuff
saying,
off to the
because
president.
okay, there's a thing about this that I find just a little odd. Okay, whenever he's talking about the stealth bomber, he thought it was a stealth bomber.
Right.
The problem is they only produced a stealth bomber from 1987 to 2000, and it was unknown until around 2000. There was talks about it, but you know, that's why I'm wondering when this was supposed to happen, because it would have not even been known by the FAA, because they wouldn't have released that information to the FAA until they actually had, started using it. Well, if Reagan was in the meeting, what was Reagan, 80? Yeah, so that would have been prior to even the building of the stealth bomber. Because Northrop only produced it from 87 to 2000.
There you go. Good catch, man.
That's why I'm like, I find it a little sus.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, people can swear. They can do a lot of things in swearing that they're going to go to Congress and they're going to talk to people about it. That's just, they can do that all they want to at a national press conference. All they want to. It doesn't put them under oath. It doesn't hold them accountable or anything like that. Because when it comes down to it, like, I can't make it. If you'll see a guy though that in this video towards the end is still around Greer, is still doing the same thing. It's this lawyer, but a lawyer who's also in on it. So, in on the project, I guess. So, him, you'll see like up to date. Like you'll see him in the 2013 press conference we got. But
very cool.
Yeah, let's keep rolling.
The target printouts from the computer data, which so if you wanted to or look at every target that was up there at the time, you can now reproduce this from this piece of paper here. And it's called the UFO incident, Japan 1648, I believe the number was, that happened on November the 18th, 1986. I'm prepared to go to Congress to swear before Congress that everything I've told you people and everything that is here is the truth. Thank you.
1986, a year before the stealth bomber was even talked about.
Good morning.
Nailed it.
I hope you'll pardon me. I'm a little bit nervous. My name is Charles L. Brown. I'm a Lieutenant Colonel, U.S. Air Force, retired, subsequently 7 years with the Foreign Service. I like the name Charlie Brown, a gentleman by the name of Charles Schultz, of great talent, sort of elevated the name, if you will. During World War II, I was a young farm boy from West Virginia. I got the patriotic bug, joined the United States Army, ended up flying bombers in Europe, and ended the war transport in the Pacific. Finished college in the late summer of '49, recalled to active duty in the newly formed United States Air Force. I was assigned to an organization called Office of Special Investigations. The Air Force, as most of you know, was formed in 1947. OSI, as a central investigative agency for the Air Force, was formed, I think, in 1948. So everything was relatively new. Needless to say, starting in '47, UFOs were rather new. The Air Force Intelligence, or Air Technical Intelligence Center was at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, and I had my office in a building adjacent to it. And our organization was the worldwide investigative agency for the Air Force for any unidentified flying objects. This lasted for about 2 years. The project name was known as Project Grudge. It was a predecessor to a project known as Blue Book, which Ed Ruppelt headed. During my experience with it, I would collect the data from, I didn't collect it, it was sent into my office. I analyzed it. As a pilot investigator, I was able to offer some bits of advice to the air technical intelligence people. Now, you might visualize a massive office, but as I recall, we had a first lieutenant, a secretary, and a technical sergeant. That was the essence of Project Blue Book when it started, or Project Grudge, Blue Book, and expanded somewhat. During the review as an analyst of these various documentary reports, if you will, or documents, I became clearly convinced that there was substance to what was being reported, in that we had ground visual, ground radar, airborne visual, and airborne radar confirmation of some of these sightings. The individuals who made the sightings were everything from airline pilots, military pilots, police officers, some of the people that your lives depend upon on a daily basis. These are very reputable and credible people. I hope that the testimony here from very credible people will convince you of that and will further Steve Greer's disclosure project, in that pressure needs to be brought to bring this to the attention, not only of the Americans, but of people all over the planet. These vehicles have been seen and confirmed all over the planet. I am willing to sign a sworn statement or testify to my judgment and to what I have observed. Such things do exist. Please believe me. Please believe those who follow me. Thank you.
Oh, God.
Any thoughts?
I would say he's probably no longer with us, because if he was a teenager in '49, I mean,
Yeah. In the summer of '49.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, then that means that he's like, he was up there in age at the time that this was done, and that was 20 years ago. So if he's still with us, woo, then he's lived definitely a full life. I got nothing to say.
The aliens came down and saw what good work he was doing and like took him back, maybe where he wouldn't age as fast.
That's a possibility.
I am now Megatron. All right.
No Megatron.
Let's see. That is a good way to destroy the testimony of anyone else giving during a flood like that, maybe given on purpose to throw doubt on everybody else's testimony that might be true.
Yeah. It could be, they could have infiltrators in there that are not who they say they are.
I would imagine they're full of them. I mean, what do you do? This is where, a little bit of understanding from the inside helps. Like, what is it people do after they retire from the military? Like, is there different paths, like after service for different ranks and different types of people?
No, it's usually after military service, you're back in civilian life, and that's where it becomes a little bit of an adjustment for a lot of military. I think a good example of that would be like Valhalla. That would be a big adjustment going from, fight, 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 fight to, okay, now I don't have anybody telling me what to do. I don't have anybody telling me where to go. I don't have anybody telling me where I need to fight, or go in here, storm this building, go be here, do that. And it can be very discombobulating.
Well, now look, to be
someone.
fair, I think we've known Valhalla long enough to know that he's definitely part of the government's mind control program now. I mean, he went from yeah, he's the new school man who stares at goats.
Yeah, exactly.
He's working
got
on
his own goats.
Yeah. He stares at the goats so that they fall over.
Yeah,
and then he can then astro project, and that's how he mods so many different channels at one time. Yeah.
But that's why. So and then if somebody's in more an administrative role, I know that whenever my uncle got out of his service, he wanted to be back out on a boat. His marriage didn't work very well because she was used to not having him around all the time. Now he's around all the time, and she was like, "What the hell are you doing here?" Like, go away. Not in a bad way. It's just their relationship was as such that they could go long periods without seeing each other and enjoyed each other's company much more. So sometimes it's, you find some sort of meaning, purpose, career, life outside of that. Might be spending a little more time with your family. It could be, if you've had security clearance, it makes it easier to get a job in certain fields. Like if, say, for example, even just a low security clearance could easily get you a job with the Central Intelligence Agency, or with the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or a police officer, or working, for example, you could be working for the VA, and you'd be able to, handle classified, people coming in that have done classified work that can't talk about, well, I have this ailment. Well, what caused the ailment? Well, I can't tell you because then I have to kill you. So there's different places where people coming out of the military you can go to. See, Captain Half.
I mean, I guess some of it would be intelligence, though. One of my good friends, their father was a colonel in the and he flew in Vietnam. He was a colonel, and he's a helicopter pilot.
Oh yeah, so he could go flying helicopters after he got out.
Well, no, he ended up going to work for a weapons manufacturer, and like became like the CEO, and it was like on the sale of it at the end, and got bought out, I guess, and it was just sad.
Nice.
But he got the job because of his military experience, right? So he was he can't remember the name of it, but it was not any of the notable ones. It was one that I hadn't heard of, but it still sold for like $1 billion, right? And they sold weapons. So so that's how he got his job. Because he was a colonel, and a colonel is pretty high ranking official. Yeah. So yeah, anyways, hey Scott, how's it going, man? So happy you're here. We're just disclosing on the Disclosure Project. We're kind of walking this through. I'm sure you've seen this stuff before, but yeah, we're going down their initial press conference. What the original premise was of the group itself, and we're kind of looking at the individuals that were there and what they're saying, and taking a look on it, taking a look back on it, so we can kind of figure out what's going on today. So that's kind of what we're walking towards, and we're going to go through this from here to the next point of Disclosure Project, to the new Disclosure Project, and then to what we're seeing in the sky. So it's a series we're kind of walking into. But yeah, man, great to see you here, man. Happy you're here. Thomas said, Thomas was like, again, with the issue with releasing a bunch of alien tech pushing forward too far, the available tech and science robs humans of that discovery and creation chance, robbing humans of purpose, which we need.
Oh, yeah. That's a good point.
That's a good point. And I was actually talking about that on Tech Reality Tuesday last night, when I said, well, what if everything could be done for us, what would we do with all that time? I know people talk about utopia and dancing around and painting and playing songs all day in the sunshine, you know, but is that what we'd be doing? I think we'd all be plugged into a simulation because we have nothing better to do. I mean, did that seem like that what would happen?
Well, and it's you say that, and it strikes me really odd that there was something that Jordan Peterson said that really sort of stuck in my head, you know, and I'm by no means like this, like be all end all Jordan Peterson thing, but he said, you know, he'll ask somebody, well, after you retire, what do you want to do? And they say, oh, I just want to sit on a beach and sip margaritas. And he said, that just sounds horrible, because I mean, that's not how we're designed to be as humans. I mean,
Right.
that's what you do on vacation. You sit on the beach, you sip margaritas, and then you go back to doing whatever you're going to be doing. And I have to, you know, I thought about that. I was like, damn, he's right. That does sound really horrible, because, you know, I'm not far from retiring. Whenever I retire, I definitely don't want to be sitting on a beach sipping margaritas. I just don't want to be doing what I'm doing. I want to have that option to do whatever the hell I want to do.
Yeah.
You know? That makes sense.
Yeah, but can you imagine a world shit where like everybody had time, and then you have all these people trying to play guitar and sing songs, and every time you turn around, someone's trying to play you a song on a guitar.
I would look like Jim Belushi or John Belushi in Animal House.
Right.
Sounds much better now.
Look what I painted today. It's just like, okay.
Okay, great.
All right.
Yeah,
Hey, want to hear a song? No.
You'd be flooding the marketplace with garbage. Is basically
Right.
what happens.
I know.
And think about
man.
this. How much did it cost in 2000? We'll just use 2000 because that's a good place to be. In 2000, what do you think it cost for a large, what was it, 44-inch big screen TV? And that was the biggest you could get.
Mhm.
Outside of like having a projector screen. And those projector screens would cost you what, $1,500? One of those big screen TVs cost you $2,000 easily, if not more. And very few people had them. But now you can walk into Best Buy and pick up a same size screen, much thinner, much lighter, much smaller, for like $150. You know, there's tons of it. Tons of those TVs. And that's what would happen whenever you get too much of one thing. It floods the market. It's really cheap.
Yeah, well, you know,
yeah.
Here's another point to this. This actually made me this series statements here actually made me think about something. Is it okay, dumping the next steps of tech? You know, actually, what home was the one before? Yeah, it was the one before. It was like pushing the science and tech further, right? So now we got AI in the game, right? You would imagine that the reversing of technology and things like that are going to go a lot faster, because that's really what it's going to be able to do, is be able to process information a lot faster and get answers a lot faster for things. So
just like you said on your stream, if you're using it as a tool, if you're expecting the AI to do the job for you, that's different. But if you use it as a tool, using your own ingenuity, you know, to have an AI do something that would take 10 people, you know, decades to do. If you can get the AI to be that think tank and do it for you, and then come back and confirm the work, I don't see anything wrong with that.
Not at all. But I mean, I'm just thinking about, okay, introducing alien tech, and we have our own tech. It's just the dynamic between the two is like, okay, how would that be integrated? Or, I mean, I would think that we're going to analyze anything we get our hands on first before we release anything, right? So it's not going to be dropped on anybody.
Apparently, it's not doing very good, because it's been 20 years, and if they've had this alien tech for what, over 70 years now.
And I think that the temptation, maybe this is the other part of being human too, is that the temptation if you were to understand this information and to not do something with it when you could, right? It would just like, I don't know. That's an obedience I don't think many people have, in a sense that if you could actually build something like that's what people are always trying to build stuff. It would be like, oh, I'm not going to build this because it would do this to society, and I can't do that. Or like in a sense, I would do this to the government or the power structure, I should say. And so I can't do it, right?
Well,
like, who's going to hold back?
what-
Everybody's going to take that risk. Like, it's a once in a lifetime thing. Take the risk. Let's see if they show up. Let's see what happens. You know, you hear the stories, but you don't want to believe them when the $1 billion is sitting right in front of you, right?
Well, also think about this. There's things that people wanted to create and do. And I'll just use a video game, for example. Think about that. There was people that wanted to create large open worlds where you had a very realistic looking character, so realistic that you could make the hands move by looking, and you could see the hands move on the screen. It would be highly detailed. You would have a thoughtful character doing something. The graphics would be unbelievable, but we didn't have the technology at the time. We just had to unlock it. And it takes time to catch up with the mind. The technology of the mind takes longer on the processing portion of it because you're constantly upgrading systems. I mean, think about 10 years ago, the computer graphics as compared to where they are now. I mean, 10 years ago, you'd had a hard time streaming this.
Yeah. Yeah,
You would have been on
absolutely.
DSL. It would have been pixelated, would have been choppy. And
Yeah,
how
that's
far
one
we've
reason why I
come
took the other
just
route too. You know, well, there's a lot of reasons, but like my early on days was just online activism. I mean, it wasn't like making videos, but it was definitely countering disinformation in a different way, like the way it was more prevalent back then, right? Videos are more informational, like in a sense, or maybe like to back up something you were saying.
Mhm.
And now you have streams, and streams come along, and they kind of become that, right?
Yeah,
It's
back
a place
in
to
2000, he was still using cassette tapes.
But I mean, it's a better thing because at least you can hear inflection and tone. You know, it's like, you know, and you're gonna have to decipher that between a lot of different personality types and regions and languages and so on. But still, it's better than the Facebook model where it was just no tone in the text and everybody was fighting. You know, people will take things the wrong way all the time. They'd always hear you in that voice. Now, look, let me tell you guys something. If you want to reprogram your own personal AI in your mind a great way, learn to use voice filters in your mind. Like, it's actually come up really handy in so many incidences. Like, you know, like if someone's giving you a hard time or something like that over text, just imagine the stupidest voice you could possibly ever hear.
Absolutely.
And then ask yourself if you really want to respond to that. You know, and that helps out a lot. And then, you know, same with any other voices. Like try to hear it.
Picture it being your 5-year-old niece or nephew.
There you go. And
you just go, okay.
We all know the key to talking trash to truth the right way, right? You have to just imagine her. You have to imagine it as like Dolly Parton. So everything she says, just put it through the Dolly Parton filter. Right? See, it changes everything, doesn't it? I'm just making sure she's listening.
She's listening.
But yeah, but you know, the tech, we're sidetracked, but that's cool. It's all there she is. All right. Bite me. See? So it's charming, isn't it?
Oh, with that smile, huh?
So anyways, yeah, well, where are we at? Thomas, you're on it, bro. You're on it. You have a lot of interesting things to say, dude. Definitely. Yeah, you know, that's it too. It's like, again, this is the question I don't think anybody's asking about the future that they should be. Like they worry about a lot of other things. It's just like, you know, with utopia comes price. It comes with price, man. I don't think. Do we want utopia? Can we ask that question? I mean, It sounds good for like a weekend, maybe a 2-week bender, but
Yeah.
not
But
a
yeah, I'm with
not
you
a
on that. I
life.
mean, not on life. No,
So how
I
do
get
we
utopia
resolve
whenever
that?
I'm dead.
I think I'm really coming to the conclusion that there was the resolution to everything in a sense is just more balance to one side, right? It's like you want to have a surplus on the good side, on the light side, but I don't know that you could ever get rid of the duality in the world, and it's almost like our happiness is balanced on on how we have to resolve conflicts with the negative forces that are out there in our own lives and even bigger, and somehow in there that's life. But I don't think we can ever imagine. I don't think anybody trying to sell utopia is worth your time to listen to.
No,
It's just
no.
it can't happen.
I
Nobody's gonna be singing. Life is not a musical, all right? That's not a musical.
no, but you get to see musicals in your life.
Yeah, there you go.
That's my point. It's not a
Yeah.
musical, but you get an opportunity to see a musical or enjoy something beautiful like a sunrise or a sunset or any of multitude of other things. Those are what makes the suffering portion. It's like, oh, I sort of have to suffer through a work day, so at the end of the day I can kick back and have a cold one or spend time with the kids or
Mhm.
whatever you're finding joy in life out of. So it's a good balance, the yin and yang.
I mean, but maybe and utopia is impossible. That's the thing I'm thinking too. Like, so that's why I think anybody selling it is jumping the shark, right? And
Yeah, I agree.
because they haven't thought through the end result. Like, what would that look like in 10 years? Like, we only think about utopia immediate image. We don't think about like, okay, let's give me 10 of this, give me 20 of this, give me 3 generations of this. What's going on? You know,
Yep.
how can we evolve that
Balance.
fast into something like that? It
Balance is the key.
puts things in perspective, man. I bet you a lot of people have that goal in mind that they're shooting for utopia or that's their ideal image of the world. I just see it as one where it can be trusted. It can be trusted more than it cannot be trusted. And we're more on alert for the corruption that's naturally there and a little devious little shit things they're going to come up with, right? We're more on alert for that and just ready to put that fire out when it springs up. Just be
Right.
prepared and then hope they have sense enough to kind of lay back, right? But
Mm-hmm.
in some way, shape, or level, they'll have to exist too. I mean, and it's wild to think that. But I think, yeah, minimizing is management in this case. But anyways, yeah, we should get back to the thing. It's like a nice sidetrack though. I like the sidetrack. It was fun.
Oh yeah, sidetracks
Yeah,
are great.
it's got free freedoms at its best. Balance is the key, man. I think this universe is always trying to balance itself out. And
Yes.
and then when we kind of take our eye off the ball, the bad side gets over, they become the dominant side and shit sucks, right? And then we have to remember to keep our eye on the ball. And then a bunch of us start keeping our eye on the ball and the balance shifts, right? Over time, then maybe the good's on top for a while. And this time when we do get there, let's remember that we're there. Let's make a plan to stay there as long as we can and kind of find a better harmony than going up and down and back and forth. All right, here we go.
My name is Michael Smith. I was in the Air Force, a sergeant from 1967 to 1973. I was aircraft control and warning operator. While I was assigned to Klamath Falls, Oregon, in early 1970, I arrived at the radar site and they were watching a UFO on a radar that was hovering at about 80,000 feet. It sat there for about 10 minutes.
Sign me up.
And then slowly descended until it dropped off the radar, was gone for about 5-10 minutes, and then instantly reappeared at 80,000 feet, stationary. The next sweep of the radar, it was 200 miles away, stationary. It hovered there for about 10 minutes and redid the whole cycle twice more. When I found out what you normally do when you see a UFO, I was told that you notify NORAD, you don't necessarily write anything down, you don't write anything down, and you keep it to yourself. It's a need-to-know basis only. And NORAD one night called me about later in the year to let me know as a heads up that there was a UFO coming up the California coastline. I asked them what I should do about this. They said, nothing, don't write it down. It's just a heads up. And then late 1972, while stationed at the 753rd Radar Squadron in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, I received a couple panicky calls from police officers who were chasing 3 UFOs from Mackinac Bridge up I-75.
Okay. Now, is this sound credible at this point? Like, okay, what's this guy's job again? He's an air traffic controller?
No. No, he's retired. See, you have to rewind it a little bit there because what he's talking about.
Arrived at the radar site.
Radar.
Whenever he first comes
right
up,
here.
because he introduced what he does. Yeah.
Right there.
Radar
U.S.
controller.
Air Force. Okay, so is it common for the police to call the U.S. Air Force radar control station?
No.
Okay, so that's one thing that jumped out at me about this testimony. He's talking like this, and now is it common for NORAD to call a U.S. Air Force radar control facility? All technicians like Mr. Michael.
So I will
stand down.
I will say, it is normal to keep a log, for a duty, like a duty sergeant. If something happens, you're gonna log it. You're also like the ship I worked on for a very short period of time. It was part of my job was every hour to log the weather. I mean, that was just part of my job. We were pulling watches, 4-hour watches, and you'd work 4 hours, you'd be off 8 hours, work 4 hours, 8 off 8 hours, work 4 hours. That was everybody's schedule, and it was rotated. So every hour you would write down a log, and you would just, give how high the ceiling was, means your visibility up, how your visibility in a distance, what your barometer readings were, what your temperature was, and your general weather, if it was raining or, whatever the weather was. Pretty simple. But whenever he's saying, oh, they don't write down anything, I find that a little sus.
Well, yeah, but to say don't put this in your logbook. I mean, I could kind of see someone if they want to cover something up. It sounds plausible, right?
Right. Especially if they know that it's.
But I'm just asking,
it's
is it
one
common?
of ours,
Is that a direct line of authority? NORAD to U.S. Air Force controller radar controller.
I mean, maybe is higher up. So
they'd have to follow that order, basically.
Sounds to me like he was a guy that sat at a station. You have a little radar station or whatever, and just monitoring air traffic. And I don't think he would have received the phone call personally, because he would have had someone over him. I mean, he would have had a chain of command.
Okay. So he made it sound like he was getting the calls personally. Like, I would imagine that his phone on his desk is the little dial pad and stuff. He's picking it up going, hello, Michael Smith,
imagine Airplane. You've seen the movie Airplane, right?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so the scene with Jeff Bridges where he's in charge of the air traffic control, and he's up there, and he's on the phone with the airplane. He's talking to everybody, and all those people sitting around him that are sitting at their little booths, those are radar controllers. They're getting the information, they're relaying it to their higher ups. So yeah, Lloyd Bridges. Sorry, thank you, T3. But yeah, they're just relaying it to their higher ups, which would have been Lloyd Bridges, and he would have been the one receiving the calls. Just sitting around, you wouldn't have known what was going on, and you would have been just notating what was happening. So there's that.
Yeah, that's kind of like what I imagined it. One second.
Yeah.
You said it, so we got to do it.
This bullet just handed to me. Stricken airliner, Chicago. 面白いよ。ヌーズの実感です。宇田発音が伝えます。ヘッドストライクから。
It's the funniest one.
Right there. So pause it.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, we guess first stop this is very important.
Yeah, so right there, the guys sitting there at each one of those little stations.
I gotcha.
Which
yeah.
Those that looks more like an office. They don't have any sort of control. But
probably over here.
These guys, they would have had those, but those wouldn't have been radars. Those would have been, I don't know what the hell those are. Just some dials. Like those look like power grids. That's all those look like.
There's high-tech alien tech computers going too.
But maybe that guy sitting behind him, like directly behind his arm, that you can't see his head. Now he might have been sitting there at the radar booth.
I feel bad. He didn't have any wheels on his chair.
You don't need wheels.
It's horrifying. It's all right. They'd scrape from the floor every time.
Hey, Miles, of course. That's impossible. They're on Instagram.
It's grim.
Yep. I don't know who that is.
All right, there we go.
No idea.
It's Shizzy. Trump's the best. All right, back to the Disclosure Project. Here we go. So, Mike, you're not batting 1,000 at the moment. We'll let you keep going.
Sergeant from
You can move it forward a little bit.
I went to restart it.
73. I was aircraft control and warning operator. While I was assigned to Klamath Falls, Oregon, in early 1970, I arrived at the radar site, and they were watching a UFO on a radar that was hovering at about 80,000 feet. It sat there for about 10 minutes and then slowly descended until it dropped off the radar, was gone for about 5-10 minutes, and then instantly reappeared at 80,000 feet, stationary. The next sweep of the radar, it was 200 miles away.
Can we describe the radar real quick just to kind of wrap this in a bow? Like, what are you looking at?
You're looking at a dial that goes around, because what it's doing is it's firing the radar signal, and it circles around. And each time it circles around, it's picking up a little blip. It's like an echo that comes back. So it pings it comes back, and they're getting that reading as this dish is turning, and it just constantly turns. So whenever he said it picked it up, and when it came back around and caught it at 80,000 feet, it was 200 miles away. And that would have
so he doesn't get. He's not paying. He's painting a picture, but it's with omitted information. Like the thing that was up here and then down there gives the impression that it teleported. Did you get that impression?
Well, here's the thing. Radar doesn't always give you how high or how low it is.
Right.
Like there's a reason why they give out their altitude.
Yeah. It's like two-dimensional. How's it going to do that? Like on that screen, I look at the green screen with the like blip on it, like when you see it in every movie. And,
I'm trying to imagine him knowing what its altitude is if it's not identifying its altitude.
Right. And like, so he comes in and they are all watching a UFO on radar. So that's the story.
Stationary. And hovered there for about 10 minutes and redid the whole cycle twice more. When I found out what you normally do when you see a UFO, I was told that you notify NORAD. You don't necessarily write anything down. You don't write anything down. And you keep it to yourself. It's a need-to-know basis only. And NORAD one night called me about later in the year to let me know as a heads up that there was a UFO coming up the California coastline. I asked them what I should do about this. They said, nothing, don't write it down. It's just a heads up. And then late 1972, while stationed at the 753rd Radar Squadron in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan, I received a couple panicky calls from police officers.
No, he's in Oregon, and you're on the wrong mic again. I know you're talking, but nobody can hear you.
Is there a radar squadron?
No, he was talking about a flight squadron.
Hold on.
That was hovering at about 80,000 feet. When I found out what you normally do when you see a UFO, I was told that
No,
you notify NORAD.
Keep it there.
You don't necessarily write anything down. You don't write anything down. And you keep it to yourself. It's a need-to-know basis only. And NORAD one night called me about later in the year to let me know as a heads up that there was a UFO coming up the California coastline. I asked them what I should do about this. They said, nothing, don't write it down. It's just a heads up. And then late 1972, while stationed at the 753rd Radar Squadron in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan.
Okay. So 70, what was 173rd Radar Squadron in Michigan? I can look that up because they would still be around. I doubt that they would have gone out of existence.
But they have you've heard of radar squadrons before?
No, I mean, like, they have fighter squadrons, but we can look it up.
We might learn something new here. I'll let Mike keep talking. Just let me know when you got it.
I received a couple panicky calls from police officers who were chasing 3 UFOs from Mackinac Ridge up I-75.
Ring, ring. Hello, this is Mike Smith.
Okay.
Mike, I'm a panicky cop. I'm chasing a UFO. What should I do?
So there's the 173rd Airborne Brigade, but I'm not seeing anything as far as did you say 147 Radar Squadron? We'll just look up Radar Squadron. What's that? List.
I wonder if Radar O'Reilly is like their mascot. Like they
No, they have radar squadrons. They got this. Let's see, the 660th, 666th Radar Squadron. So 666 Radar Squadron.
Whoa.
They got the 682nd, the 689th, the 694th, the 750th, the 751st, the 776th, and none of them. Let's see. It's Mill Valley, Alameda, Mount Hebo, Lewiston, maybe Lewistown, but whatever. Boron, Mount Laguna, and Point Arena. But that's the only ones that they currently have.
All right, we'll give Mike the benefit of the doubt here. Hold on. My dad was SAC out of Michigan in the 80s when they had B-52 squadrons up there. What's SAC? Strategic Air Control?
I don't know. I don't know what SACs are. I was in Air Force.
So the radar also has the problem of not being able to see over the horizon until you an extreme powerful array, thus only Russia built. It was so powerful that it could have been heard on a shortwave all around.
Yeah. Yeah, and if it's going 240 miles from location, I don't know how. I know that the radar on the ship that I worked on, which was, very small array, but it didn't track out too terribly far because, like you said, the curvature of the earth, 80,000 feet is pretty damn high up. That's higher than an airplane flies. like in stratosphere, I believe. And if your radar is picking up something that's 80,000 feet away from you, that high up, I don't know if that it would be tracking it. Too much noise of that high.
All right, we'll give Mike the benefit of the doubt. Maybe that radar squadron signed off for the last time a while back.
Yeah, possibly.
So I immediately checked the radar, confirmed that they were there, called NORAD, and they were concerned because they had 2 inbound B-52s going to Kinslow Air Force Base. So they diverted them because they didn't want any proximity to the 2. And that night I answered many calls from the police department, sheriff's department and stuff. And my standard response was that there was nothing on radar. And I will testify to this under oath to a congressional hearing.
Good morning. My name is Enrique Colbeck. I am a traffic controller. I'm sorry for my English. I'm so scared. I'm not accustomed to talk in front of a lot of people. I'm here because I'm being a witness in a voluntary way on my work. I work in Mexico City as radar controller and the International Airport of Mexico. And I'm going to give an example about this signage that we have in Mexico for several years. And this issue happens a lot of times in my country, unfortunately. For example, in March 4, 1992, we detected 15 objects west side of the Toluca airport that is very close of our international airport at 50 miles, more or less. Then July 28 of 1994, we have almost a collision or something that we can name in that way with an international flight, domestic flight of Aeromexico 129, commanded by the pilot Raimundo Cervantes Ruano, that has a trash or something about in his main landing gear in the right leg. That's occurred at night at 10:30, more or less. Then in the next week, the same year, in the same moment, the Aeromexico Flight 904 has another almost collision that was reported for the pilot Corso, the Capitan Corso, at 11:30 in the morning, and we detect that object on a radar. Suddenly, just for a moment. Then in the next week, we have a lot of sightings reported by the pilots that give us information about the weird traffic or something, bright lights and different times. And we detect some of them in that week. But in September 15 of 1994, we have a detection about 5 hours, more or less, on a radar and a new equipment that we believe that that equipment was working in not a good way, because it's not human that you have detection by 5 hours of the same object and apparently without movement. Well, we concur with the technical persons of radar in our country that the radar system was working well, and was very exciting, and we surprised when at the next day we received information about a periodist named Jaime Maussan that is studied these cases in Mexico, about that sighting from a lot of people in the Metepec city. There is another point located southeast of the Toluca airport, about a sighting of the big flying saucer, apparently 50 meters of diameter. Then for a lot of people, and that let the trash is something in the ground. Well, next November 24 1994, we have on service officially our new radar system. And after that moment, we have information very exactly about of these sightings at the same time with the pilots and detections. That's why I'm here, because we consider in my country that this is very dangerous. We have a lot of more cases, but I don't want to use more time in this. But it's very important that the people on the world knows these events and consider that could be very dangerous for aeronautical situation, especially in my country. I don't know why in my country that's occur frequently, but the point is that happens, and we consider dangerous, and we had only, unfortunately, one trash, but we don't want to have another more. Thank you very much, and I'm sorry for my English.
I find him more credible than the last one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What'd you get from that?
Well, one, they could have really crappy radar, really crappy pilots, and shit flying overhead that pilot had no idea that he just hit a drug dealer.
Yeah.
Just saying, you know,
Yeah.
there's always
They're the same standards down there.
Yeah, different standards, but you know, he didn't come out with anything that was wild or out of the ordinary, just reporting what he saw. And, you know, that's what the definition of a UFO is. It's an unidentified flying object. You can't identify it. It could be anything. It could be a freaking boomerang. If you don't know what a boomerang is, it would be unidentified. Or if you never saw what hit you, it could have been a bird. Can't identify what just went through my engine.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I was just also thinking too about if there were crafts, right, and there was this alien tech flying around, wouldn't every government in the world be after it, like, for themselves? I mean,
Yeah,
there would be a whole lot of cooperation going on. So, I mean, at the same time, if you're flying secret aircraft and testing it out in areas, you wouldn't necessarily always let the other government know that you're doing that.
yeah, and I mean, and I'm looking. It's just like they got the 753rd radar station, which is it housed the formal 753rd radar squadron from 49 to 70s. There was another one. It was 665th Radar Squadron, which was 15th of July, 1960. It was formed. I'm not seeing this guy's thing, and that's all they had in Michigan. The 665th and the 753rd. That's all I'm seeing.
Yeah, they broadened the definition here, kind of taking the alienness out of it, which I think is the right thing to do. I think it's kind of a walk into new air technology that we're going to be seeing rolling out. There's going to be some talk about Area 51 here coming up, so I won't go ahead of myself. But you have to I believe, at least, and I think that it makes sense that any kind of technology, military technology that rolls out is going to roll out in a different fashion than we're accustomed to. We kind of think of like, oh, I'll come up with something, let me show everybody, right? And they do a lot more. They walk those things out a lot slower, and sometimes not at all. It's like more like, okay, if we're going to get to a major war, then they come rolling out. Like, they didn't reveal the clone troopers until they were in the middle of the war, right? But they were building those clone troopers for a long time in Star Wars, that is. Make an analogy. But I think that's more or less how they operate. It's more of a strategic thing when you think about the different world powers that would love to take this land and have it for themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody else sees it that way for their own land as well. All right, next guy up is Commander Bram Bethune. Yes, Navy retired.
My name is Graham Bethune. I'm a retired Navy commander, pilot, had a top secret clearance. 50 years ago, February the 10th, 1951, I was flying from Keflavik, Iceland to Argentia, Newfoundland. It was at night. It was dark. About 300 miles outside of Argentia, I saw a glow on the water, like approaching the city at night. As we approached this glow, it turned to a monstrous circle of white lights on the water. We watched this for a while. The lights went out. There was nothing on the water. Next thing we saw was a yellow halo, small, much smaller than whatever it was launched from. And that was 15 miles away, up to our altitude. Because of the trajectory, I disengaged the autopilot, shoved the nose over to try to go under this thing. At that time, I heard a noise underneath. I thought maybe it hit us. It was actually some of the crew members ducking, and they collided, and a couple of them were injured. Then it appeared over to the right and moved out slowly and flew with us. It was still not at our altitude, but we could see the shape of it. It had a dome.
Did you catch that?
Yeah.
Like, what does he mean that he collided with it and then it was really just some people in the back ducking?
Rewind it. You'll see what he's talking about.
And that was 15 miles away, up to our altitude. Because of the trajectory, I disengaged the autopilot, shoved the nose over to try to go under this thing. At that time, I heard a noise underneath. I thought maybe it hit us. It was actually some of the crew members ducking, and they
Heard a noise underneath. I don't know the aircraft he's talking about. So
He
noise
thought
underneath. Then it was actually some crew members ducking.
Mhm.
Like, I don't know. Is it a different kind of airplane? That's possible.
I don't
or
know.
what?
I have no idea.
Okay.
collided.
I'm thinking
A couple
he's
of them were injured.
flying a troop carrier. Why would you even see any of the crew, or even be able to hear over the volume? If it's a troop carrier, those things usually are pretty loud.
Oh, the C-130? I've been in one of those.
Yeah.
They're very loud.
Yeah. So how could he know that it was them ducking or hear them? Curious question.
Then it appeared over to the right and moved out slowly and flew with us. It was still not at our altitude, but we could see the shape of it. It had a dome. We could see the coronal discharge.
What's coronal discharge? I'm waiting for comments. All right.
I went back aft to let the other pilot, Al Jones, take my seat to see what the passenger's reaction was. Came back to the cockpit, told him not to report anything simply because what the psychiatrist had said to me, maybe they would lock us up. So basically, the instruments in the cockpit, we had 4 or 5 failures in the area of magnetic compass, the electromagnetic effect, an area of directional finders, and this type of thing. The craft was tracked by radar in excess of 1,800 miles an hour. It never did get to our altitude. We had 31 passengers, plus the psychiatrist and the crew members that all cited this at different areas. When we landed at Argentia, Newfoundland, we were interrogated by the Air Force, an excellent interrogation, Captain Paulson. When we landed at the Naval Air Test Center here at Patuxent River, we were required by Navy intelligence to make out individual reports. Out of the National Archives, I have the 18-page official Navy and Air Force report. I've made up a report to straighten out all the truth. There's a stack of books out there this high that have written all of this up. So the truth is here. I will testify under oath before Congress that everything that I have said is true.
Don't buy it.
Right?
Sounds like he's selling something.
Right. Yeah, that was hard to follow. Then he threw up some books and some supposed proof there at the end, kind of like
You can buy them at the back.
close. There you go. You can buy them in the back. Price is unofficial, right? On the first page. Like,
Right.
My name is Dan Willis. I was in the United States Navy. I held a top secret crypto level 14 extra sensitive material handling security clearance. I worked in the code room at the Naval Communication Station.
what do they mean when they say crypto? Is that a fairly
Cryptology.
crypto level?
Like what was the one they used in World War II that they had a hard time breaking?
Here, I'll let you hear it again. Here we go. Ready?
Like
This is his title.
cryptography.
Okay, so he's a cryptologist.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In San Francisco. In 1969, I received a priority message from a ship near Alaska that was classified as secret. The ship reported merging out of the ocean near Port Bow, a brightly glowing reddish orange elliptical object approximately 70 feet in diameter emerged out of the water, shot into space, traveling at about 7,000 miles per hour. This was tracked on ship's radar and substantiated. Years later, I worked at the Naval Electronic Engineering Center in San Diego for 13 years. The co-worker who I worked with worked at the NORAD facility. When he first started working at the facility, he noticed objects going on the screens that track everything out in space and in the air, objects going off the scale, doing right angle turns. When he inquired, his older supervisor advised him that, quote, it was just a visit from one of our little friends. I thought this was a little unusual.
You know, I forgot to bring this up. Hold on. Thomas had said earlier, most of the stuff started popping up right after we started putting metallic or metal aircraft in the air, making a lot of nanoscopic metal dust that would cause plasma balls and balls of lightning to form around it.
Cool.
I've not heard that. You know anything about that?
Well, nope, have no idea. Like static electricity, maybe, I would guess. Something like that.
I have to like, I'd like to.
I find it intriguing. If this guy had top level security clearance, he was in cryptography in 1969.
Oh wait, here's the other part of it. So if you would, this is the first one actually. So if you would have weeded out the oddball lightning and sustained plasma reactions in the air because of how it would jump and act odd with air currents dragging it, so it would maybe seem, and that's the next part. Most of this.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what he's starting to say. All right.
So
go ahead.
I'm just having a hard time sussing out this guy's age. So he said he was in the military in 1969, cryptography. That's not something you just walk into and, oh, I do cryptography. That's like years of training, unless you're just really freaking good, like autistic good level. We're talking like really good. And he does not look like, I mean, that from 69 to 2001, that's what, 40 years?
Mm-hmm.
And he would have had to be at least, say, 19, 20 years old going in. He just doesn't look 60 years old.
Yeah. He's doing really good if he is. Good on him.
Yeah, I mean,
good clean living.
Dye job. That's a good dye job.
Yeah, man. Good clean living.
These statements are true and willing to testify under oath before Congress. Thank you.
Going back to the retirement home. Thank you.
My name is Don Phillips. I was in the United States Air Force and had worked with certain intelligence agencies of the United States government. Prior to my Air Force, prior to joining the Air Force, I worked for the famous Lockheed Skunk Works. And I was working for them when I was attending college, and I worked for them in the capacity as a design engineer. It was one of my proudest moments of my life to work with a man by the name of Kelly Johnson. A lot of you might be familiar with that. It turns out that the models of aircraft that we were building, as you know, were all classified, were in the deep black, and that I came in on the end of the U-2 project. My main project was known later as the SR-71. The SR-71 had a predecessor. It had a special model built for the CIA, and that those models were one passenger, one pilot special aircraft in order to get from one place to another very, very quickly. Now, these SR-71s, as we know them, the Blackbird, are the type of aircraft that are still classified in a sense as far as the altitude that it flies at and also the speed records that it holds. I'm very proud to say that this aircraft played a big part in helping to end the Cold War. The aircraft, the predecessor aircraft, there's strong evidence to suggest that perhaps these aircraft had a different role once in the air. Each pilot, and I know a few of them, each pilot had an assignment before they took off, okay? They learned about the assignment immediately prior to takeoff, and there's strong evidence to suggest that there was a dual role in that they were monitoring some type of traffic to and from planet Earth. This can be verified at a later point. I'll jump into my military experience. My first field assignment for the United States Air Force was at Las Vegas Air Force Station. And that was my first experience with Las Vegas, and I couldn't understand why people were being so excited about going to a place such as this, but I soon found out about a year later. Nellis Air Force Base is located there. Nellis is a major training center for different types of special aircraft and fighter aircraft, one of the premier training sites for pilots all around the world. However, when I learned that my assignment was at a radar site 50 miles out of town up near Mount Charleston, I had no idea where I'd be. So finally in the daylight, I was able to find the location and reported in 1965 for duty. In 1966, early in the morning, about 1 to 2 a.m., I was staying there on base, and our barracks were at about 8,000 feet. I heard a lot of commotion. You know, at that altitude, sound carries tremendously. And I thought, well, it's early in the morning, it's summertime, and there is it's very warm, and maybe I should get up and take a look. I didn't really want to, but I got up and took a look, walked up to the main road up near my office, which was the commander's office. I was on the commander's staff, Lieutenant Colonel Charles Evans. And I was saying, who's making all this noise? Who's making all this noise at this time of the morning? So when I got within about 50 yards of the 4 or 5 people that were standing there, one being the chief of security, they were looking up in the air, and I says, gee, their heads are all looking at the same direction. Well, I looked up to the west, northwest, and to my amazement, there were lights flashing around the sky, moving at anywhere from what seemed like 2,400 to about 3,800 miles per hour. Now, the fact that we're taking an estimate from a distance, we figured, well, this is quite something. However, we continued to watch these darting lights go across the sky and stop, absolutely stop, come to a dead stop and reverse in an acute angle their direction, and then proceed on in they were traveling so fast that you could almost see a pattern left by, if you are computer people, when you move a mouse real quick across the screen, you see a little bit of a tail. Well, that's exactly the way these 6 or 7 craft worked. After 5 minutes of watching these things, they all seemed to group up to the west, northwest, okay? They started to come in on a circle. But what I would like to point out is that where they were putting on their display in the northwest sky, just directly east of that is what is known as Area 51. Area 51 is a AEC name, okay? Atomic Energy Commission. That was the old name for Atomic Energy Commission. We knew it as the Groom Lake Flight Test Facility in the Air Force. And it was where we tested our aircraft after we got the prototype made from the Skunk Works. So here are these, let's get back to the circle in the sky. What they did was coalesce and started rotating in a circle, and then they disappeared. Well, I thought, gee, this is something that we have to keep quiet. And that was verified by the chief of security. But we waited there and talked it over for a little bit. It seemed like, I think it was an hour. Then came the radar people from the scopes, which were at 10,000 plus feet, came down for their dinner at 2 o'clock in the morning. And the first person off the bus was a good friend of mine, Anthony Kaiser. He said, he was white as a sheet. And he says, did you see that? Yeah, we all said, yeah, it was a nice display. What a show. He says, we documented them on radar. And he says, we didn't give them clearance. We just, the standing order was let them fly through the radar beam. He says, we documented 6 to 7 UFOs. Now, we don't know who was guiding those, but they were certainly intelligent. And we don't know where they landed because they coalesced and disappeared. So I will say at this point, to keep it short, that I will testify under oath as to what I say is true, and I will do so before Congress. Thank you.
Okay, so, right?
Yeah. Hearsay.
Right. The whole thing about Area 51, though, you know, they do testing out there. He said himself that's where all the testing goes on, and I find it odd that also most of these guys are like radar techs. You found that so far?
Yeah.
It changes up a little bit as we go along, but they're starting with the radar techs. But you know, if they're testing again, they test things and have them long before we ever see them, right? Say they're testing like drone technology out there, right? And they want to keep it top secret, compartmentalized. So they're not gonna tell this guy that, you know, from the old school that they're working on the new school stuff, because they got new school guys working on it, right? So they say, oh yeah, just let them through, don't worry about that, because they didn't see nothing. Right? But look where they are. Like, why would the aliens come to Area 51 where the military is a stack with all the latest tech to put on a light show?
Well, and think about this. How freaked out do you think these guys would be if they were to Elon Musk? It would be a perfect example. In 2001, they had never seen a Tesla. They had never seen drones work in unison to form a picture in the sky. They'd never seen that. 2001, these guys would never have even imagined that. How alien would that have looked for it?
Big time. Yeah, and you turn the lights out all at the same time?
Yeah, have 50, 60 drones to move in unison and create a picture.
Yeah, it could have just been testing the tech to steer it. You know, they don't have to be like the badass.
Or maybe they already had the tech to steer it, but they were testing it out to see if they could get them to work in unison.
Yep, exactly. I think a lot of these kind of things we see are things like that. There's also the tech where they want to do manned aerial stuff, right? So they have the jetpacks and the we call it anti-gravity, but it's just propulsion systems for, you know, individuals, right? We've looked at some of those on the channel before, and
reminds me of Iron Man, where he was building that. They showed all the bad tests of people building their own Iron Man, like they'd sit there and like smash themselves. Like, grab people up and squash them and crap.
Right?
It's just what came into mind whenever you said this. I just imagine that first guy, they've got him strapped in a helmet and he just
I just hit this button right here, huh? Like, yeah, just hit the button. Okay. You got next up here. Which I should try to forward these a little bit so we can get to the interviews, because I don't know, how much do you think we need to hear to just let them introduce themselves and kind of move on, or I could do that and not let them tell their story, then we can get to the interview part of it. I don't want to skip out on anything.
Well, but see, it seems to me like a lot of these people are just introducing themselves, giving a short, brief story, and they're moving on. I don't know. I'm just, so far, I've only found one of them credible, because he wasn't calling it UFOs. He just said something hit a plane and caused a lot of damage, and we caught some weird stuff on radar that shouldn't have been there. I mean, that was Enrique very early on. A lot of these guys, it just seemed to be, she had a lot to say.
Yeah.
Towards the very end.
Yeah, no, that's one I definitely want to look at. So I'm trying to figure out how to kind of fast forward this a little bit. So I think what I'll do is I'll just
put it on 2x speed.
All right, let's do that.
Or not 2x speed, but 1.5 or something.
Sure. All right.
1.75.
Let's see how it goes.
Separated as a captain. In March of 1967, I was stationed at Malmstrom Air Force Base, Montana, as a missile launch officer, Minuteman Missiles. On an early morning of March 16th, 1967, I got a call from my primary security guard upstairs. We had about
too fast,
6, as I recall.
No, it's
security airmen upstairs. I was downstairs 60 feet underground in a capsule, monitoring and controlling 10 nuclear-tipped Minuteman missiles. I got a call that morning that they were seeing strange lights flying in the sky. I disregarded that call. I told them to call me when something more significant happened. I got another call subsequent to that call, and this time it was a more intense tone in the guard's voice. Is very clearly very frightened. He said there was a bright, glowing red object hovering outside the front gate. It was oval-shaped. He had all the other guards out there with their weapons drawn. Right after that call, I woke up my commander, who was on a rest period, Fred Mywald, a retired colonel now, and told him about the phone calls. As I was telling him about the phone calls, my weapons started going down, one after the other. They went into a no-go condition, what we call no-go condition. They were unlaunchable. We lost somewhere between 6 and 8 weapons that morning, within minutes of having received that second phone call of a UFO hovering outside the front gate.
This is the UFO disabling nuclear weapons guy, I think. We still got this a little bit.
Yeah.
Again, that morning, after reporting it to the command post, we were informed that a very similar incident happened at Echo Flight. I was at Oscar Flight. They lost all 10 of their weapons under similar circumstances, very similar circumstances, where UFOs were sighted over the launch facilities. They had maintenance crews and security crews out there that had spent the night, and they were reporting UFOs over those sites. And the commander of that flight was Eric Carlson. He also separated as a captain, and the deputy commander was Walt Fiegel. He retired as a lieutenant colonel.
Did he say why they lost the weapons? What was the failure point?
I thought he said they launched them.
No, he said he lost them, as in that they lost the ability to launch.
I guess they got them shut down.
Well, yeah, I didn't know if he had a root cause there. Power went out. Yeah, I'm thinking EMP or something.
Maybe, yeah, it could cause something like that.
We have those witnesses that I just mentioned, the names I just mentioned have spoken of this event before, and they will back up this story. We also have documentation that I received through FOA requests from the Air Force outlining the Echo Flight incident, and including in that documentation a reference to UFOs. We have telexes covering this incident. And in one telex, it says the fact that no apparent reason for the loss of 10 missiles can be readily identified is cause for grave concern to this headquarters. This was from SAC headquarters. So we've got those telexes. I've got about 12 witnesses that'll verify parts of this story, including of a man who investigated the incident afterwards for the Air Force. And you'll hear a little bit more about that from the next witness. And also another guard that witnessed the UFO in that same time period, and another officer, retired full colonel, who had other reports of UFOs. Ancillary to that, excuse me, I've got the complete report on a Minot, North Dakota incident. That was Minot Air Force Base, North Dakota, which happened in August of 1966. Very similar UFO sighted over missile silos, and also a UFO incident that was investigated by the Air Force immediately after our incident within a week. I'm willing to testify to the truth of all these matters that I've spoken about in front of Congress under oath. Thank you.
There you go. Yeah.
Yeah. But here's where it gets weird, I think. Because apparently the next person coming up was there with him.
Okay.
That's what he said. Or the investigator.
Okay.
Seems a little suspicious, but okay.
Good morning. My name is Dwayne Arneson. I served 26 years as a communication electronics officer in the U.S. Air Force, all over the world, including Vietnam. I was lucky to be selected to be commander of 3 different units in the Air Force. I held the top secret SCI TK clearance, and for those who know, it is slightly above top secret. I retired in 1986 as a colonel at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. I would like to relate about 3 different experiences, if you will, that relate to UFOs. As a young lieutenant over in Germany, Ramstein Air Base, Germany, back in the early 60s, I was in charge of the cryptographic center. I had a top secret crypto clearance at that time. And I can clearly recall seeing a message that went through my crypto center, which said that a UFO had crashed on the island of Spitsbergen, Norway, and the team of scientists were coming to investigate it. Going forward to the 1967 timeframe, I was assigned to the 28th Air Division at Great Falls, Montana, and I was the officer in charge of the communications center there. Also, I was a top secret control officer for the division. I had a crypto account. I was an account custodian, and I also passed out nuclear launch authenticators. During that time, I can recall seeing a message come through that communication center, which said, basically what Bob was just got through talking about, is that a UFO was seen near the missile silos and the missiles were deactivated. Coincidentally, the person that Boeing sent to investigate the particular missile conditions, if you will, what made them shut down, was my first manager at Boeing, Mr. Bob Kaminsky, who has since passed away. And I can recall him on different occasions. He lived close to me in Auburn, Washington. That's where I'm from. And he said, Arnie, he says, those missiles were perfectly clean. That was the result. So then one last incident concerned when I was as a commander of the unit in Great Falls, or in Castle Air Force Station, Maine, I had contacts with the security police at Loring Air Force Base, and they told about UFOs that were seen near the nuclear weapon storage areas on Loring Air Force Base. And I'll be glad to testify to Congress that this is absolutely the truth. Thank you.
Well,
and I would say that he didn't give anything away. I mean, it was very vague.
Yeah.
Very
and I think I'll
vague.
kind of figure out why.
Well, yeah, because think about this. He investigated the reports, and all of them were hearsay. None of them were corroborated by anybody. So you could say pretty much anything you want to without giving too much away. You could say, for example, my wife was at a mediation today, and she told me that, they settled. I have to take her word for it, but it would still be hearsay. So all you would be testifying on is hearsay. Nothing that he's seen outside of investigating it, and it's all things that other people have told him. And one of them's dead. I don't know. That's all I think about it.
Got a $10 super sticker from Talking Trash with Juice and another one. Thank you so much.
2 $10 super stickers. Good Lord.
Rocking and rolling. Thank you so much. I have to wonder how much is look at the scary thing. Congress, give us money too. Yeah. Which is interesting because their premise is that they're up there to avoid that, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's an interesting question for sure. Does that go away? All right. The other thing I was just looking at in the background here is this phenomenon with the UFO and monitoring nuclear weapons and flying over. And there's actually another whole video about this guy's individual story that somebody else did and did a follow up on. I don't know if it's conclusive or not, but I did save this. I was looking for the original footage that I remembered of that UFO coming in, the little light coming down.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that? Do you remember
Mm-mm.
seeing that? It was all over the place. That's what I'm saying. Like YouTube's like the skin, right? And it keeps growing and growing and growing, and there's like layers shed off in these dark corners somewhere. You got to try to find the old stuff.
Well, I
if
know,
I
I
knew
know
back
how
then, I
that
would have
works.
saved it. Right?
You know how long
But
it took me to find it? You know how long it took me to find the John Todd tapes? Like one night. And they weren't easy to find. Like all of them. Because
How
first of all,
long?
I didn't know what the guy's name was. I just remembered this particular person. I was like, I need to dig into it. So yeah, I understand. Trust me. You saw something, but can't remember where it's at.
Yeah, I'll keep looking to see if I can find it. I remember it distinctly. I mean, I bet you this guy's third face of Moon had on their channel. I mean, it's probably fake, but I do remember it distinctly being shown, and a lot of people believed it. A lot of people believed it. Like people just throw that into rhetoric like it's a fact. Oh yeah, they're shutting down our nukes and everything because they saw this one video, and and it's like that one video everybody saw that looked like a UFO going over top of a nuclear facility and doing something. Came out the same time the story did, right? Or reborn, and it's kind of like syncs up. So it was, oh, here it is. I found it conveniently.
There was a GIF or a meme that someone put up. And what it was is this airplane flying across the sky, and really good editing. They made it look like the plane collided into the moon and the moon exploded. It's awesome as all get out. I was like, man, that's some realistic looking stuff. It's just like this plane flying low. And I saw another one. It was pretty cool where there was this 747 or whatever, one of the big airplanes, and it's flying in, and these people are looking up at it as it's flying in. It looks like it's going to crash into the building until this kid reaches up and grabs this big model airplane that someone had like glided towards him. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that is awesome.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, sometimes your eyes can deceive you, and until you get the whole picture, it's hard to tell. That's all I was going to say.
Yeah. What I was going to add to what I was talking about with this footage, I'm kind of fish and find here, is that you'll never see that footage with that story the guy just told. Like it's not connected. That's the whole point of like why I kind of wanted to bring up
why you were looking for it.
Yeah, it was not connected to it, but it's the one that everybody gravitates to validate the story. And it's wild because it just got viral, and everybody kind of just like, oh yeah, that's it. That's what the guy was talking about. And it's this weird connection where it wasn't ever part of the same thing, but people put the two things together, and you can hear them use it in the same line of rhetoric when they're talking about, yeah, man, they're shutting down, they're shutting down all that shit. The guy in the Disclosure Project, yeah, there's this footage of this, this UFO that you see it, like you see the light go down, and they can't use the nukes anymore, man. So they want us to end nuclear war, and that's the next dimension. It's almost like in that Galactic Federation of Light realm a little bit, because it's like part of that whole humanity has to evolve in order for us to come save you mentality. So that's, again, we're going to get into that next, but here we go. next dude. Well, hopefully he's got some.
Good morning. My name is Harlan Bentley. During 1957 and 1959, I was a PFC in the United States Army, stationed north of Washington, D.C. on a Nike Ajax missile base close to Olney, Maryland. In May, this month of 1958, about 6 a.m., I heard a noise outside. It sounded like a pulsating transformer. I sat up in my bunk. I looked out the window. I saw a craft heading for the ground and crashed. Pieces broke off of that craft, immediately took off again. So there's a lot more to that story, but I've got to speed this up. Now, the next night, I was on radar duty. I get a call from the Gaithersburg missile base. He says, hey, I got 12 to 15 UFOs outside, 50 to 100 feet above me. So I asked him, I said, what does it sound like? He took his head mic off, held it out the van window, and said, here. And the same sound I heard the previous morning, except a lot more of them. So my radar was on standby, so I immediately turned it on and got the blip just outside the ground cloud. I marked it on my radar screen. And then for a few minutes later, all of a sudden they took off. As they took off, the sweep came around, hit the blip. The second, when it came around, it hit it again. That blip was 2/3 away off my radar scope. In order to get that far at a constant velocity was 17,000 miles an hour. That was my first incident. 10 years later, by this time I received a Bachelor of Science degree in Electrical Engineering, and I was working in California. Now, I'm sorry that all I can say is I was somewhere in California working on a classified project that had nothing to do with my experience that I had there. As I was working, and it was like 2 or 3 in the morning, California time, I heard a Houston astronaut communication link, comlink. I didn't pay much attention to it until I heard the word bogey. Of course, my ears picked up immediately. An unidentified flying object of some sort, whether it's a craft, meteorite, or whatever, was on a collision course with that module going to loop around the moon. So basically, I listened for some time, and then I stopped and went back to work. And then I heard, there they go. In the astronaut world, some of you may not know this, there's a term called green turtle. And it used to be, I don't know if it is today or not, but it used to be is you're not allowed to use profanity with the net. And the first person that does that, whoever hears it first and says green turtle, that astronaut's got to buy that man and his entire family a dinner at the most expensive place at Cape Canaveral. Well, to end this real quick, one of them said, damn, they went off, the UFO shook off. He says, damn, that's fast. And somebody yelled, green turtle. And then he said another word, a synonym to crap. And then somebody else yelled, green turtle. And you could see him, he could grit his teeth, because now he had to buy 2 expensive meals. And my particular experience, I will testify before Congress if necessary and explain exactly what happened. Thank you.
Lame. I didn't get that at all.
Okay, Private.
17,000 miles an hour. Like I looked up the average airliner speed, right? The average airliner speed, the average cruising speed of a commercial airliner is typically around 550 to 600 miles per hour, or Mach 0.85. Now, the speed of sound is at 770 miles per hour, right? So this is about 75 to 85% of the speed of sound. Takeoffs, landing speeds are much slower, typically between 130 180 miles per hour. Okay, so there you go, right? And it varies because of the weather conditions. There you have it. So yeah, 17,000 miles per hour, and because the radar showed it. Can you really measure 17,000 miles per hour on a radar? I'm just wondering.
Well, it's going to be moving pretty fast. How fast is the speed of light?
The speed of light is much faster. The speed of light is like 180,000 feet per second. I think. Let me see. 186,000 miles per second. There you go. Hold on, is that right? Yeah,
86,000 miles per second. And
yep.
So type in how fast is 100 and whatever he said, 170,000 miles per second.
How fast? Okay, how fast is? You said what? 17,000 is what it said, right?
Miles per hour. Yeah, miles per hour. How fast is 175,000 miles per hour?
He was like, AI is like, well, it's 117,000 miles per hour. What do you mean? It's a very high speed. To put it into perspective, it's approximately 27,358 kilometers per hour, or about 115,903.07 knots. At this speed, an object can travel across large distances in a short amount of time. For example, a spacecraft traveling at this speed would be able to orbit the Earth in under 90 minutes. To understand how fast 17,000 miles per hour is, it is helpful to compare it to things we are familiar with. The speed of sound, for instance, is roughly 767 miles per hour. This means the objects moving at 17,000 miles per hour would be traveling at over 22 times the speed of sound. Impractical. Thank you. That was the little AI assistant on the side that gave us that. So,
yeah, it said impractical.
it's an in and then impractical.
Yeah. Sorry. I just don't buy it. 17,000 miles an hour.
It is really fast, man.
Yeah.
This thing right after that happened, he was like, I guess I picked the wrong day to stop sniffing glue.
Put this down. How many miles per hour does a bullet travel?
Okay.
They measure it in seconds, but how many miles per hour would that be?
The average bullet travels about 1,700 miles per hour, or 2,493 feet per second.
1,700 miles per hour. So he's saying that this craft is moving the speed of a bullet.
No, he's saying that it's moving 10 times the speed of a bullet. No, it's 17,000. To add a zero.
And how was he able to track this with his eye?
He claimed the radar.
Oh, that's
did
how
it.
fast it.
He claimed the radar did it.
So the radar would be able to track bullets. I don't know.
Oh, there you go. Okay, I see where you're going with it now.
Go with the signs of silent channel. Fast. fast.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, could you even see it going that fast?
I don't think so.
I mean, that's how fast I imagine Superman flies.
Yeah, if he was flying, he would be faster than a speeding bullet.
I mean, how fast could it even stay in your frame of sight? I mean, those aliens need to slow down. They're gonna hit something.
Yeah, gonna hit something.
Going that fast? How can you steer? Oh, 0-point energy. That's right. Okay. Anyways, yeah. Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
My name is John.
All right, come on, John.
Retired Army. I retired as a sergeant first class. For my entire 21 years of service, I held a top secret clearance. Compartmentalized at times.
I doubt it.
High as TK.
Doubt it. Calling bullshit right there. Well, first of all, Sergeant First Class, 21 years of service, holding top secret clearance, which, by the way, top secret clearance isn't really that big of a deal. I mean, if you go by clearance levels, it's like the lowest clearance that you can get for top clearance. You know what I mean? Like there's clearances that are much higher than that. So usually whenever you're getting top clearance, you're usually an officer. Enlisted men generally aren't doing that. Generally. I could be wrong, but I think
he could have been an overachieving underachiever.
Well, especially as a first sergeant. I mean, because you really, and if he's only a first sergeant after 21 years, that means he was in some really crappy duty stations because shit.
Yeah, that's like 4 or 5 promotions, right? That's like 4 or 5 promotions in. You're at sergeant first class.
Well, I mean, you're talking if you join the military and know nothing, never done anything in your life, 16, 17-year-old, you're going to come in as an E1 or private. And then you'll become an E2, which is still a private. E3, you're private first class. And then you move up to, well, at that time, it probably would have been a corporal. And then you would have moved up from corporal to sergeant to first sergeant.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I only know the Air Force ranks, but they have staff sergeant.
But yeah, he's basically an E6. That's not a very high rank. Even for enlisted.
Yeah, for 20 years. That's surprising. He got shot down, or like he got shot down.
He's talking about what he retired at after 21 years was an E6.
Yeah.
So No, first. Yeah.
Maybe he was a
there's
real a maverick, like he would just go against the grain and get in trouble all the time, and he's always
Well,
going
that
off
means
on
he would have
secret
had to hit
missions.
East. He would have had to hit E6 really quick and then just maintain that for a long period of time.
Or he made it really high, and then he did something like he got caught doing something, but he saved a bunch of lives. So they had to bust him down, but they didn't throw him out.
Yeah, because
some real Hollywood ending.
Yeah, if he would have been in for his first at least 3 years, he would have been a private first class, maybe made sergeant. Maybe after 5 years he would have been sergeant for sure. And then so he probably would have not been handling classified documents at that rank. Just, it sounds suspicious to me. I said E1. E as in echo.
Crypto and others. I had access to very, very sensitive documents. My testimony is basically two-pronged. One, I retired from DIA in 1980. And when I was an administrator, you take over an office, you take over everything, and you sign for everything. And I signed for well over 2,000 documents. In order to sign and inventory those things, you have to read them. Not word for word, but basically I went through every document to make sure that it was complete. It was there as they told me, that when I turned my charge over to the next person, those same documents were there. So I got quite a good knowledge of what was going on in those documents. And believe me, there are many, many different references to UFOs. There was also NPIC pictures that shows that it was targeted objects that were casing you out. Now I worked on the SALT 1 and SALT 2 areas for the office that I worked in. So we were taking pictures all the time for verification of nuclear disarmament. And there were some objects in those pictures that didn't belong there. The second prong to this whole thing is that a lot of people talk about conspiracies over a shadow government. I'm willing to testify before Congress that these black operations do exist. I nearly became part of it, but I saw the light, I think, or was it? And I got out. And that's it. We have to disclose what we know. And I am willing to testify before Congress under oath, or before any other organization, that what I witnessed was true.
She's just giving a thumbs down. I can just tell right now. We'll see what Carl.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was just like,
yep.
I don't buy.
We didn't buy that guy. I don't even remember it.
Don't buy him for a second. God. I believe he served, but I think he over-exaggerated a little too damn much.
I think he was sniffing the Xerox paper. All right, here we go.
I think so.
Good morning. My name is Carl Wolf, and I was a precision electronics photographic repairman with a top secret crypto clearance in the United States Air Force. I was stationed at Langley Air Force Base in Virginia. In 1965, in mid-1965, I was loaned to the Lunar Orbiter Project at NASA on Langley Field. Dr. Colley was in charge of that project. They had problems with a piece of electronic equipment that was bottlenecking their production of photographs. I went to the facility, and when I walked into the facility, there were scientists from all over the world. I was stunned, actually, to see people at a NASA project from all over the world. It didn't make any sense to me initially. I was taken into the laboratory where the equipment was malfunctioning. I couldn't repair it in the dark. I asked to have it removed. A airman second class was in the dark room at that time. I was also an airman second class. I was interested in how the whole process functioned, how the data got from the lunar orbiter to the laboratory. I asked the young man if he described the process to me. He did. About 30 minutes into the process, he said to me, in a very distressed way, by the way, we've discovered a base on the backside of the moon. And then he proceeded to put photographs down in front of me. And clearly in these photographs were structures, mushroom-shaped buildings, spherical buildings, and towers. And at that point, I was very concerned because I knew we were working on compartmentalized security. He had breached security, and I was actually frightened at that moment. And I did not question him any further. And a few moments later, someone did come into the room. I worked there for 3 more days, and I remember going home and naively thinking, I can't wait to hear about this on the evening news. And here it is, more than 30 years later, and I hope we hear about it tonight. And I will testify under oath before Congress that what I'm saying is the truth.
Oh, I'm burning through them right here. But I
Airman
think that
first
guy,
class.
yeah, that's a little, that's like the second rank in the Air Force. Airman first class. So yeah, he was really twitchy
was
and
an
real
E3.
very rehearsed.
He was an
E2.
E3. No, E3. Airman first class is E3.
No, well, okay. If you get airman and then airman first class,
Yeah. So it's basically a private first class, just an airman
Yeah.
first class.
Yep.
Okay. I don't buy it. Sorry.
He's very twitchy. Seemed very hurt. I felt like it was almost like an audition for the CIA or something. I have no idea. Like, can you infiltrate this group and just like make something up? And if you do a good job, we'll give you another one. I don't know. Yeah, like
that was weird.
That was really strange.
There's something on the dark side of the moon.
We were hanging out and I was trying to fix something, so he brought it out into the light where I could fix it, and then he goes, "Oh, by the way, I found bases on the moon. Let me show you some pictures of them right now." I've been dying to tell somebody. And then here you are, the repair guy. Why not? Here you go. Thank God. It's been eating at me. Don't tell anybody now, okay? Shh.
That's just so funny. Stop it.
All right, here we go. Lady,
Thank you, Carl. Good morning, everyone. My name is Donna Hare, and I worked
NASA
at
employee.
Philco Ford Aerospace from 1967 to 1981. During that time, I was a design illustrator, draftsman. I did the launch slides and landing slides, and also projecting plotting boards, lunar maps for NASA. We were a contractor, but most of the time I worked on site, in Building 8. I had the opportunity to do extra work during downtime, which was between missions, and I walked into a photo lab, which was the NASA lab across the hallway. I had a secret clearance, which is not that high, but I was able to go into restricted areas, which this was. At the time, I was talking to one of the techs in there, and he drew my attention to a photograph, a NASA photograph. It had a dot on it, and I said, "What is that?" Well, he drew my attention to it, and I said, "Is that a dot on the emulsion?" And he said, and he's smiling, and he has his hands crossed, and he said, "Round dots on the emulsion don't leave round shadows on the ground." And this was an aerial photograph of the Earth. I'm assuming the Earth because it had pine trees on it, and the shadows of the craft or whatever it was were in the same angle as the trees. And by its very nature, UFO, and I wanted to clarify that to a gentleman that was talking to me, means unidentified. So I did not know what this was. But I realized at this point that it's very secret, that it was kept secret, because I asked him, "What are you going to do with this piece of information?" And he said, "We always airbrush these out before we sell them to the public." So they're pesky little creatures appearing on this photograph they wanted to get rid of. After that, I decided I would ask questions to other people that worked there. And I found that I had to ask them away from the site and not on site. A guard told me that he was asked to burn some photographs and not to look at them. And there was another guard guarding him, who was in green fatigues, watching him burn the photographs. And he said he was too tempted. He looked at one, and it was a picture of a UFO. And he was very descriptive. I can go into that later with anyone. He immediately was hit in the head, and he had a big gash in his forehead. He was knocked out, and he's terrified. So he would have to be protected. Another incident, I knew someone in quarantine with the Apollo astronauts. He told me that the Apollo astronauts saw craft on the moon when we landed. And that is what he told me. And he also was afraid. He said that the astronauts are told to keep this quiet. They're not allowed to talk about it.
Craft.
So I do want to let you know that I worked out there for a number of years, and I ran into this. So it's not something everyone knows that works out there for a long time. My boss didn't know about it. Some people that sat right next to me didn't know about it. It's very strange, because I don't know how they can do it, but they can let some people know about it and then others not. I'm willing to testify before Congress that what I'm saying is true, and thank you very much. Thank you.
No, put down. Sit down, woman. Sit down, woman. Shut up.
Here, this guy be better.
She's annoying.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen,
Canada.
and members of the press. My name is Larry Warren. 20 years ago, in 1980, I was a security specialist assigned to RAF Bentwaters, Woodbridge, NATO Air Force facilities in Suffolk, East Anglia. I had a secret security clearance. I guarded our backline nuclear weapons that were stored there at the time, without the knowledge of the people of Great Britain. I went through a portion of a 3-night UFO event where objects made incursions over our WSA, fired pencil-thin beams of light into them, and adversely affected the ordnance possibly. These objects were on the ground on 2 different nights. Potentially, there was another life form seen. This is an unpopular truth. These events were of extreme defense significance to not only Her Majesty's government, but this government as well, and they are still shrouded in secrecy. They're very complex. They are very vast. This is more about a human rights issue than just a UFO issue. 20 years ago, this room would be empty. I see a turn in history. This is history in motion, but unfortunately, it's history with a security classification. I would be more than honored to swear under oath that I experienced what I did. I saw what I saw. These events produced not only, after numerous denials by this government, a memo by Lieutenant Colonel Charles Holt, our deputy base commander, which reads like science fiction. It also produced years later an on-site audio tape he made as these objects performed their feats and did what they did and violated airspace. These events are of extreme defense significance. I hope my brothers in arms that went through these events will be given immunity at some point and be able to join us here. It is an honor to share the stage with all of these people. And I think for all of our children, my son Dennis, God bless you, son, we can change the world. You're heroes for being here also, and I will testify in front of Congress if asked to. God bless. Thank you.
Hi, my name is George Filer III. The reason I'm here is because George Filer V is in the hangar and will be born on Friday. And I'm a retired intelligence officer and flyer with almost 5,000 hours, and I didn't believe in UFOs until London Control called us in the winter of 1962.
He's a major.
And asked us, would we chase one? And we said, sure. So we let down from 30,000 feet to 1,000 feet where the UFO was hovering. And we went into a steep dive and actually exceeded the red line of the aircraft. So it's kind of dangerous chasing UFOs. In any case, I was able to get the UFO on the aircraft radar at about 40 miles, and we could see a light out in the distance. And as we closed, we kept on picking up this radar return. The point I'm mentioning that the radar return was very distinct and solid, indicating it was some kind of a metallic object.
You're funny.
We got about a mile from the UFO, and it kind of lit up in the sky and went off into space, very similar to what the shuttle looks like when it takes off. Later on, I was working in intelligence. In Vietnam, I briefed General Brown about UFOs. When I was in 21st Air Force, McGuire Air Force Base, briefed General Glau about a UFO over Tehran, Iran in 1976. The two F-4s from the Iranian Air Force had taken off and tried to intercept the UFO. And when they turned on their fire control systems, they immediately went on. All the electrical systems went out. The planes
We're working our way there,
base.
dude.
This was
working our way there
significant because it was also picked up on satellites. In 1978, on January 18th, I was going into the base. Every morning I did the briefing to the general staff, and I noticed that there are some lights off in the distance at the end of the runway there. And when I got into the command post, the senior master sergeant in charge said that there had been UFOs in the pattern all night. They're on radar. The tower had seen them. They got in aircraft reports and so on, and that one had landed or crashed at Fort Dix. Fort Dix and McGuire are right together. And this is kind of like the Roswell of the East. But in any case, an alien had come off the craft and had been shot by a military policeman and apparently was wounded and was heading for McGuire. So for whatever reason, the aliens liked the Air Force better than the Army, perhaps because they're shooting at him. But in any case, our security police went out there and found him on the end of the runway dead. And they asked me to brief the general staff, General Tom Sadler.
Real predator moment right there.
Stand-up briefing. And I said, I don't think I want to do this. You know, the general doesn't have a good sense of humor. And I'm not sure I believe this. So I did some checking, called the 438th Command Post, and everybody had pretty much the same story. And at 8 o'clock that morning, just before I went on, was going to brief this, and I was very worried about it. They said, don't brief it, that it's too hot, so to speak. That's pretty much my story. And I'm prepared to tell the story in front of Congress. And it is the truth. Now, because of this, I've stayed interested in UFOs. And I'm the Eastern Director of the Mutual UFO Network. And between the National Reporting Center and Peter Davenport and the MUFON, we get 100 reports a week on average of people from all over the United States that see these things regularly. And if you start checking, they're out there and they're low, and people are seeing them all the time. And these are highly qualified people, all of whom essentially give us the reports by email. Thank you.
Don't believe him.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
My name's Clifford Stone. I was Sergeant First Class, United States Army.
He claimed that an alien killed a soldier, an Air Force guy. That's what his claim was.
Yeah.
Go take him to Congress, God damn it.
I had a secret clearance with nuclear surety. I could get the clearance that I needed to do whatever it was that was necessary for me to do at the time on special operations when I was called in on those. What I'm referring to here is that I was involved in situations where we actually did recoveries of crashed saucers, for lack of a better term, debris thereof. There were bodies that were involved with some of these crashes, also some were alive. While we were doing all this, we were telling the American public there was nothing to it. We were telling the world there was nothing to it. I'd like to go into detail on some of the cases about the nuts and bolts cases right here, but I will be available if you have any questions concerning my involvement in this. You can talk to Dr. Greer to arrange for me to get to talk to you. But the whole situation is we've set back, we've told the American people that there's no such thing as UFOs. I've been involved where we have recovered these objects we know them to be of extraterrestrials. In 1969, I had an event that happened to me while I was stationed at Fort Lee, Virginia. We went to Indiantown Gap, Pennsylvania. That would be my first exposure to any time that we would be recovering an unidentified flying object. When we went there, we already had people that was already in the facility. We were a backup team, which was supposed to be NBC because there was supposed to be some nuclear materials that was on board this craft. Later on, most people involved were to be told that there was nothing on board. It was nothing more than just a crash of one of our aircraft. I know better because I was one of the people that approached it with a Geiger counter to get surface readings. I was the first person to go ahead and see that there were bodies on it. That would be the first of approximately 12 events. UFO crashes are not events that take place every day. They're rare. I know we're not alone in the universe. I know that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It's evidence that has been denied to the American people. I stand before you today in my almighty God, and I tell you this. If Congress calls me in and says, will you testify in detail what you know? I stand here today prepared and ready to do just that. Governments must never lie to the people for no reason. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mark McCandlish, and for the last 21 years, I've worked as a conceptual artist for a variety of defense contractors. I've been involved in conceptual artwork and the production thereof for Rockwell on the X-30 program, and also on the HISTP program. That's spelled HYSTP, means Hypersonic Testbed Program. During the course of my career, I've twice had a secret security clearance. In 1967, while my father was stationed at Westover Air Force Base, the headquarters for 8th Air Force Strategic Air Command.
Sorry, I wandered into the kitchen.
No, that's fine. So the only way that this guy would be able to handle nuclear, first of all, he would have been an officer. Like the last guy that was talking about, oh, I worked nuclear, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. You don't realize that just, you can't be just a private nothing working in the nuclear field or have any close contact with it. Just because the amount of training that has to go along with it. Yeah.
You mean Gomer Powell didn't get that on his first assignment?
Yeah.
Holy. Okay.
It's, you have to have certain schooling classifications. I mean, think about this. If you wanted to do hazmat, just regular hazmat, you have to go through like years of training just to be able to do that, because there's more involved than just, oh, I was in the military, I worked on a nuclear submarine. Well, you might have worked on a nuclear submarine, but you didn't have nuclear classification. There's big difference. So that last guy was full of it.
Now, it makes me kind of like that we're more than halfway through, and we've seen a lot of people come up here, and he's not doing too good right now in my overall scoring system here of who I thought he's credible. And I'm wondering about the vetting process. Like, he said he went around, talked to interview people, he put all of his life and time into this, and I've started to kind of try to piece the picture together here. Like, how did he find these guys? And
some of them. Here's the thing, like that general, or what, colonel, brigadier, whatever the hell he was, major, I don't remember, the old guy before that came up, and you're like, oh, you gotta believe this guy, he was colonel. It's just like, yeah, but then you look and he's just like, okay, he's head of the Eastern UFO Coalition. So more than likely, he's got a lot of people under him, people that he communicates with, or joined up with his UFO coalition, and these are probably some of his speakers. And I wouldn't be surprised if there's a few of those people that are out of these other little UFO groups that served in the military at some point in time, and you'll see they'll have someone that's maybe a general, maybe a colonel, maybe they had a higher rank, and they just collected a few people and, hey, get up there and tell your story about what you did. So, maybe that's
almost like
how
you
he
have
was
a club of
making the
people
connection.
that are kind of getting together, and then they're kind of like, a little bit of thing going there, huh?
Yeah, that's what I
UFO
think.
Network, man. That was an interesting network. And do you guys, anybody remember UFO TV? I wonder if it's still around. Like that used to be on
Might be.
YouTube. You guys remember that? I mean, that's one place you can go for some good conspiratainment, man. You can go there and find these full-length documentaries, and you can sit there and just gel out listening to that stuff.
Yeah,
it's still around. On demand now. Ooh, on demand. Yeah. So if you want some good old-fashioned like just conspiratainment, go to UFO TV. They have tons of like old. In fact, I'm glad that I thought about this, because this is probably where I need to get back and find some of the old footage that I'm looking for the next segment. These guys had it all. They had it all. I'm subscribing right now. I'm one of 55,000 or 45,000 subscribers. But if it's good old legacy UFO TV, there's some good jelly brain stuff to sit there and listen to on a Saturday night.
Oh yeah. You might even find that stuff that you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, probably will.
Yeah,
it's probably preserved here nicely, because this channel goes back, way back, and they put out stuff all the time. They're making some money on this channel, man. I'm telling you, it's evergreen. It's evergreen terrace, man. I mean, yeah, you look through their collection, and it's like, whoa, they're all up there in a decent range. There's a couple blockbusters on here. But I mean, over 14 years, they're making money.
Yeah.
So, anyways, yeah, classic, right? Scott knows, right? It's classics. Yeah, UFO TV, man. Yep. Just sit and chill, man. You're good for 3 hours, man. You're good for 3 hours. So anyways, this part doesn't make much sense, but again, it's like the vetting process, right? So he brought, this, you go to a press conference at the National Press place, and you're like, you got to put your best foot forward here.
Oh, and I think these are their best and their brightest.
All right, let's go.
I witnessed and watched through a telescope a UFO which hovered over a nuclear weapons storage facility for approximately 10 minutes and then departed with an acceleration approaching a bullet leaving a rifle barrel. I'm sorry. In 1988, in November, a college buddy of mine, an associate by the name of Brad Sorensen, informed me that he had personally witnessed 3 flying saucers at a very large hangar at Norton Air Force Base during the course of an air show that was held on Saturday, November 12th, 1988. I subsequently called my congressman from that district. I called his office. This was Congressman George E. Brown Jr., who at the time was the chairman of the Congressional Committee on Space Science and Advanced Technology. I naturally assumed that since this presentation that Brad talked about was for top military brass and certain congressional individuals, that his office must have coordinated this with the local Air Force Office of Public Affairs. A male staff member in Congressman Brown's office not only confirmed the exhibit, but the fact that there were 3 discs at that exhibit. These discs were hovering off the floor without any visible means of support. They were referred to as alien reproduction vehicles, also nicknamed the flux liner because they used high voltage electricity. Let's see, to keep things short, this is a diagram that I made based on a sketch that Brad Sorensen did for me in rough form shortly after he had his sighting. And subsequently cleaned that drawing up and made it much more accurate.
Okay, that's stupid and ridiculous, and I cannot imagine that thing ever even being able to fly except for pumping out a lot of air.
But it spins around, and the 0 point energy propels it upwards. And
so will a fan if you get it's spinning fast enough.
This is biofuel. I think these are like garden, like hanging plants or something. I can't tell, but
yeah, some weird. Okay, this guy just lost all credibility right then and there.
I think if I remember right, this is a story where he had it hanging on his wall as a joke, and then someone came in and goes like, "What do you have that on your wall for?" If I remember it right.
Sure.
And that's the drawing that Dr. Greer is holding there now. Later on, I obtained photographs that were taken in 1967 by a military pilot Harvey
There it
Williams
is.
flying a
Harvey Williams.
Yeah. So how long
C-47.
have you been in Georgia?
Oh, a long time. Decades.
Do you remember the that bar out on 285? God, they used to
By
they
what?
used to have
Sandy Springs?
yeah.
So how did I know that? You're not talking about Brandy House, but you're talking like right off the exit.
No, not Cabo Wabo. Not there. No.
No, but there was a
No,
lot
I'm
right off the
talking
exit.
towards Marietta. I'm talking towards Marietta. It was actually in Marietta. Well, what's
Oh,
her
I
name
don't
from
know
the
then.
radio station used to have like she would like stream from there or whatever on the radio, and she was big supportive. I think it was Collective Soul. So
Oh,
she was like
wow.
promoting them.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was out in Marietta. The sound system out there, this guy that I worked for actually built the sound system. He worked on like Hank Williams and a bunch of musicians, like tour buses, just like building their sound system. The guy was phenomenal. And if I said his name, you probably know who I was talking about. He actually had gotten plans for a like a hypnotic chamber that basically you were on a waterbed and you would put lights over your eyes and you put you in an REM state, and the speakers were in the waterbed itself. So he said that it would feel like you would be inside of the electrons of the music whenever you would lay on this thing and put that headset on your eye over your eyes because of the vibrations coming up through the water. And then he also was working on building a speaker system that would actually levitate just from sound. He was a kook, but he's smart. So, and it looked a little bit like that.
Okay.
He just couldn't get enough volume behind it to get it to lift.
I'll think about that.
To the Air Force at 12,000 feet, approximately 25 miles southwest of Provo, Utah. This particular vehicle matches the so-called ARV in all proportions and respects in terms of the detail of the shape of the craft. And this was photographed, as I say, in June or July of June of 1967. I later spoke to a gentleman by the name of Kent Sellen that I met at an air show at Edwards Air Force Base in 1992, the first unveiling publicly of the B-2 bomber. He indicated to me that in 1973, when he was a crew chief working on experimental aircraft at Edwards Air Force Base, that he had unintentionally wandered into an area where there was a classified aircraft, namely the ARV. He described it in detail, and he added other details to the account concerning the configuration and the operation of the vehicle that Brad Sorensen was not aware of. Subsequently, Brad Sorensen met with the famous aeronautical designer Burt Rutan, gave him a copy of this blueprint, which you've just been shown. Mr. Rutan felt that it was a joke and put it on his wall as kind of a joke. And a third party confirmed for me later that a Colonel Ray Walsh from Edwards Air Force Base was visiting Mr. Rutan, saw this blueprint on the wall and registered quite a degree of shock and anger, wanted to know where the hell he got this blueprint, because there was, in fact, such a craft at that time, approximately 1994, 95, in a hangar at Edwards Air Force Base, North Base Complex at that time. Subsequently, I've done a lot of research on this product, this vehicle. I've come across a number of declassified documents that show that the Air Force, as early as 1960, was wind tunnel testing flying saucer shapes up to Mach 20. And I also have declassified NASA documents that show similar shapes. In fact, this is the document here that more or less details the wind tunnel testing up to Mach 20. This is the NASA document right here that was declassified, and it shows a variety of spherical and lenticular shapes that were flight tested up to, or I should say, wind tunnel tested up to Mach 6. I subsequently obtained a copy of an interoffice memo from Hercules Aerospace that describes a particular type of science involving something called zero-point energy and scalar waves. According to Brad Sorensen, this is the basis of the technology for these anti-gravity propulsion systems. This particular document here describes 6 different meetings involving the Defense Intelligence Agency and cooperative efforts with the Russian scientific community in investigating this, what is called the fundamental enabling technology that was originally discovered apparently by Nikola Tesla in the early 1900s. Anyway, I could provide you much more detail at a later time, and I am prepared to testify in detail concerning these events and their truthfulness before Congress. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Yeah, don't buy that guy for a second. Dude, not making any sound if you're talking.
Daniel, now this guy right here, he's around for the long haul. It's Daniel Shaheen, the attorney. So you'll see him in Sheehan.
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen him in other stuff.
You'll see him again, dude. He's usually right by Greer's side wherever he goes. So
My name is Daniel Sheehan. I'm an attorney and serving as general counsel to the Disclosure Project. I'm a 1967 graduate of Harvard College in American Government Studies and Constitutional Law and a graduate of Harvard Law School. And I served as general counsel and one of the co-counsel for the New York Times in the Pentagon Papers case, and was involved in briefing and arguing the case in front of the United States Supreme Court, giving permission to the New York Times to publish the classified documents, the 47 volumes of the Pentagon Papers. Subsequent to that time, I served as special counsel to the office of F. Lee Bailey as one of the trial counsels when we represented James McCord in the Watergate burglary, and got Mr. McCord to write the letter to Judge Sirica to reveal the Watergate burglars' relationship to the plumbers unit in the White House at that time. Subsequent to my service in that case, I went back to Harvard to the Divinity School to study Judeo-Christian social ethics and public policy, did my master's work and PhD work there, and became general counsel for the United States Jesuit headquarters in Washington, D.C., assigned to the National Social Ministries Office and their public policy office. It was there in 1977 that I was contacted by Ms. Marcia Smith, who was the director of the Science and Technology Division of the Congressional Research Service. She asked to meet with me, and I met with her, and she informed me that President Carter, upon taking office in January of 1977, held a meeting with then the Director of Central Intelligence, who was George Bush Sr., and demanded that the Director of Central Intelligence turn over to the President the classified information about unidentified flying objects and the information that was in the possession of the United States intelligence community concerning the existence of extraterrestrial intelligence. This information was refused to the President of the United States by the Director of Central Intelligence, George Bush Sr. The Director insisted that the President, in order to have access to this information, needed to have clearance to contact the Congressional Research Service, to contact the United States House of Representatives Science and Technology Division, to have them undertake a process to declassify this information, because the DCI suspected that the President was preparing to reveal this information to the American public. The Congressional Research Service Science and Technology Division, under the directorship of Marcia Smith, was contacted by the House Science and Technology Committee and instructed to undertake a major investigation of the existence of extraterrestrial intelligence and the relationship of the UFO phenomenon to this. I was contacted by Ms. Smith and asked, in my capacity as general counsel to the United States Jesuit headquarters, National Social Ministry Office, to see if we could obtain access to the Vatican Library, to obtain the information that the Vatican had with regard to extraterrestrial intelligence and the phenomenon of the UFOs. I pursued that with the permission of Father William J. Davis, the director of the National Office, and we were refused access as the United States Jesuit Order to the information in the possession of the Vatican Library. When I reported this to Ms. Smith, she then later subsequently asked me to participate in a project, which I can go into some detail during the question and answer period or later to individuals, pursuant to which I was given access to, as a special consultant to the United States Library of Congress Congressional Research Service, to the classified portions of the Blue Book project of the Air Force. At that point, it was in 1977, approximately May of 1977, I went to the Madison building of the United States Library of Congress. So there was no one in the building at that time. It was brand new. I was directed to a basement office where there were two guards at the door and a third sitting at the table, who took my identification, verified that I'd been designated as a special consultant to the Congressional Research Service of the United States Library of Congress, and was admitted to the room. I thereupon found photographs, some dozen photographs, of what is unquestionably an unidentified flying object on the ground that had crashed and plowed a furrow in a field of snow, and it was embedded in an embankment. There were United States Air Force personnel surrounding this craft, taking photographs of the craft. And one of the photographs, I could see that there were some symbols on the side of the craft. And so I proceeded through the photographs and found a close-up photograph of these symbols. I'd been instructed that I was to take no notes and had to leave my briefcase and all my identification outside of this room, but I had brought with me a yellow pad. And so what I did is I opened up the yellow pad and refocused the overhead camera onto the same size as the cardboard backing of the yellow pad, and I physically traced
the copies of the symbols on the side of this craft, closed the yellow pad back, put the microfiche back into the canister, reclosed the box that I had, and I said, it is time for me to leave. And I took this and proceeded to leave the office, at which point the security guard stopped me, and one of them said, what is that you have there, Mr. Sheehan? At which point I handed the yellow pad to him, and he flipped through all the yellow pages and never found the copy that I had. And so I took that with me and brought it to the United States Jesuit headquarters, had a meeting with the staff with Father William J. Davis, reported this to them, was authorized at that time by the United States Jesuit headquarters to make a report to the National Council of Churches and to request that the entire 54 major religious denominations of our country undertake a major study of extraterrestrial intelligence, which they declined to do. I was subsequently asked to deliver a 3-hour closed-door seminar to the top 50 scientists of the Jet Propulsion Laboratory of SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, which I did do in 1977. I'm more than happy to testify under oath to these details to the United States Congress, and would be happy to meet with any members of the press at that time. You may recall I also served as chief counsel to the Karen Silkwood case, in which we obtained the rulings in the Karen Silkwood case. I also served as chief counsel in the Iran-Contra case. It was the first one to testify before the United States Congress to the existence of the off-the-shelf enterprise of Richard C. Cord and Albert Hakim. I'll be more than happy to share the details of what I believe to be the relationship between this off-the-shelf enterprise and the secret government, which is concealing this information from the American public. And I am happy and proud to serve as general counsel to the Disclosure Project. Thank you very much.
Okay, so this next lady right here. She was the assistant to Von Braun, right? That story. And she what's interesting about her is I remember her more than probably most of these people, probably the best out of everybody here, except for Greer, right? Because she did say 3 things in here, and 2 out of 3 of them have been right. So let's take a listen, see if you guys can pick up on it.
Good morning. My name is Carol Rosin. In 1974, after being a 6th grade school teacher, I was introduced to the late Dr. Wernher von Braun in the U.S., the father of rocketry. In my first meeting with him during that first 3.5 hours, he said to me, Carol, you will stop the weaponization of space. And I said, teachers don't stop until June. He said, no, you have to understand. This is February, and we have to prevent the weaponization of space because there is a lie being told to everyone that the weaponization of space is now first being based upon the evil empire, the Russians. There are many enemies, he said, against whom we're going to build this space-based weapon system, the first of whom was the Russians, which was existing at that time. Then there would be terrorists. Then there would be third world countries. Now we call them rogue nations or nations of concern. Then there would be asteroids. And then he would repeat to me over and over, and the last card would be the extraterrestrial threat. Well, at the time, I kind of laughed when he said asteroids, and when he said extraterrestrials, I knew I wasn't going to deal with that subject. And now we hear on the news just today, this week, that they've slid in another enemy. Only this time we're going to protect our satellites. In other words, we have to have some reason to spend these trillions to waste these dollars on a space-based weapon system, and they're all lies. This is a system, he told me, that would never protect anyone. Even back then, he talked about suitcase bombs. He talked about chemical, viral, bacterial, biological warfare that these space-based weapons would never protect us against. And then he told me that, in fact, if you travel around the world, which I did after he died in 1977, I met with people in over 100 countries who were friends. They didn't want to build space-based weapons. I became a space and missile defense consultant. And I worked with people around the world. I became an advisor to the People's Republic of China. They don't want to build a space-based weapon system. And he told me back then that they didn't. He said, go to Russia. They're considered to be the enemy. I got on a plane by myself. When I got to Russia, I had a list of people that I had read out of the newspaper. Chernenko was in office then. He was the only one I didn't get a chance to meet. They introduced me to everyone when I got there. And when I got back, I said, oh, my Lord, this man is telling the truth. There is no threat. And I've been waiting until this day for 27 years, and I'm expecting the spin to happen, because he also explained to me that as a military strategist, as a person who worked on the MX missile, which I did later, he said, you will find that there is going to be a spin to find some enemy against whom we have to build space-based weapons. And now we should expect the spin, because he said part of the formula for the intelligence community is if they might have a weapon, then we have to consider that they do have these weapons. So now they do have these weapons. So now we have to build these weapon systems. And that's the formula, except that it's all based on a lie. And we have witnesses here today that have shown you that these extraterrestrial beings, that these craft that have come here are now not UFOs, they're identified flying objects. And we know that they have beings in them. And we have witnesses here who have told you that they can shut down our missile silos. They can stop a rocket going into space that's a test. We have witnesses here who have worked in the classified departments who have the courage to come forward here to support what Wernher von Braun told me back in 1974 to 77. And I will testify before the Congress that when I founded the Institute for Security and Cooperation in Outer Space, which I shut down a few years ago because I didn't believe we had a chance with this huge integrated around the world, complex weapon system, that we had any chance at all of transforming that war industry into a space industry that could provide benefits, like Dr. Greer has said, of global warming. We can end that situation of that problem. We can end the energy crisis. We can build now non-polluting technologies. Werner von Braun used to tell me that we could have cars back then that drove around off the ground. He described this to me on beams so that we have no pollution on this planet. And we can solve the problems of the people that are urgent and potential, and the other animals and the other cultures on Earth and in space. And we can end the arms race without dislocating the industry jobs, without disrupting the economy, by transforming, Werner von Braun told me, the war industry into a global cooperative space industry that will provide, he said, finally, more jobs and profits on this planet than during any hot or cold wartime, more products and services that can be applied directly to solving the problems of this planet. And we can have a whole planet now that lives in peace on Earth, with all the cultures on Earth and with all the extraterrestrial cultures in space. And these are words that Werner von Braun told me in 1974, and I will testify before the Congress under oath about everything I have said and more. Thank you.
Okay.
Oh my God. I gotta find it. Give me just a second. Because yes. She said some things that
point.
Go ahead.
Okay, so to point out the two things that she has said that she said back in 2001 that have at least, we can at least put our finger on and say, yeah, that's been mentioned, right? The first one is the reasons to weaponize space, right? So the first one is because of other countries, and it's because of asteroids, and then the last one that hasn't come true yet is because of an alien threat. That's the big punchline with the von Braun relationship. There is that, when she said, and he said it over and over and over again, and the final one would be the fake alien invasion. So that's like one of the things I remember from this. And so whenever I see the big UFO and alien thing narrative spring up, like, I pay attention to that part of it. Like, I remember that part of it. I'm like, I wonder if this is where they're gonna try to like create the fake alien threat. Because I wouldn't put it past them. You got enough people believing in bullshit these days. You could certainly pull off an alien hoax pretty easily. People are pretty malleable to that right now. Yeah, the end part, the off the rails part. That aside, if she knew Von Braun and Von Braun was saying that, I kind of take it at that point, right?
I want you to see something and tell me if you don't see some similarity here. If you'll let me share my screen.
Oh yeah,
and
definitely.
just tell me if you don't if you recognize this from that last lady.
I can't hear it.
You can't hear it?
Yeah, is your volume up on the browser? Volume up on the browser? Okay.
There we go. It's all the way
I'll
up.
take it back out. Make sure you check the box.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that. Stop sharing and present. Share screen. Yeah. It says software update. Well, that's me. I don't know what the hell that is. Window. Share. There's something going on your side. Any sound? Any sound?
No sound. Are you doing tab or window?
Window.
Try tab and just click the box at the bottom. See if that was better. Works for you.
Let me grab this.
Let's see. Hold on. Mine's working.
Hold on just a second. Let me close that and I'll open this up. See if I can't get it to work here. Needs to go. All right, give me just a second. Let's do this. Present. Share screen. There it is. Okay, this will work.
And are just worried about you going back on the air.
Rock and roll.
That you watched us for 30 years and you looked into these blue eyes for 30 years, and it's I just am who I am. What there is all you get. There isn't any more. You know, during.
Now, didn't that last lady sound a lot like her? You saw the name, right?
Yeah, I knew who that was. I remember her.
Yeah. Just that's what it reminded me of, was Tammy Faye Baker, just with her, the way that she acted and was very matter of fact. And this is so true. And everything that I'm saying, I guess a little bit of truth.
Yep.
And then sprinkle in the stuff that's not true, but you've got just enough truth to make it believable.
Yeah, and it's like if she really wanted to get her way, she wouldn't jump the shark so much, right? It was like that was a thing. It was like a shotgun effect, like an orgy of information and points of views and topics all at one time. So just kind of like a net, just rope y'all in.
I went
Climate change, we got you.
I met all these people I flew over to Russia and I met all these people. It's just like, well, you might have met all these people. What does that have to do with anything?
And they all don't want weapons in space either. It's like, okay, what people, where, and seriously?
Yeah.
Russia doesn't want space weapons, really? What? I think they would want them out of spite.
Just so, I don't know if they knew this in the year 2000, but the Star Wars missile defense was a ruse. It did not exist.
Yep. It was all made up. It was a great strategy, man.
Russia into the ground. That's what brought the Soviet Union down.
Talk about
made it look like
checkmate.
we were spending all kinds of money. It was a lie.
Yep. Talk about
Just
checkmate, though. I mean, playing some international ball right there. That's a brilliant move. You got to be proud of that as an American. Hey, nobody died, and we got rid of them. All right, everybody happy?
Yeah.
Right. That was a good move.
Well, and she also said something that was not uncommon for that. It's funny because I just saw Oppenheimer, and that's one important thing that he said. Whenever you're building a weapon, and one of the major reasons why they built the nuclear weapon is we weren't the first to split the atom. The United States wasn't the first to figure this out. We were just going at a much faster pace and had some of the most brilliant minds working on it. Some of them defected from Germany. We had Germans working in the nuclear program during World War II. And one of the questions was asked, at what point did you think it was a good idea to continue building something that could cause this kind of damage? And what made you think that the hydrogen bomb would be better? Because the atomic bomb does so much, but you can use a lot less with a hydrogen bomb. But it's more devastating. And he said, because we knew that everybody else was building it, but we were the first to get it completed. And then once they saw the devastation that it could cause, they were like, it was questionable. Why are we even building this? Because the other guys are building it. And if we use it first, we will show that we have completed it and that we are willing to use it. And that should scare the ever-living bejesus out of them.
Right. Mm-hmm. A lot of times it's what you don't know that scares you too,
Right. Yeah, you see that devastation that it did in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You go, holy crap. I mean, that nothing could drop a bomb and cause that much devastation up to that point. And it wasn't a very big bomb, but it made a big freaking boom. And that right there scared the hell out of the world. Because the Soviets were already working on it. They had already figured out how to build it. They just hadn't figured out how to actually make it the nuclear bomb at that point. I mean, he wanted to use it for the amount of power that it would create, the amount of energy that it had. So it's, it's tough stuff. But yeah, Tammy Faye Baker, she said shit that was sorry.
Yeah.
Took it off the rails.
No worries. But she kind of went off on the end there, and it makes you just kind of wonder like what her goal was. But they don't want the space weaponized. She proclaimed that there's definitely intelligent life up there, and that we'd be interfering with them over our own planet for some reason. And but she did bring up satellites, and I almost wish Printer God was here, because I'd love to have him weigh in on this one if he's around. That'd be awesome. But
ooh, neat.
Yeah. Speaking of someone who's like actively involved in protecting satellites, it's just like the fact that he'll tell you there's a need for it. He would be willing to testify in the Congress there's a need for it. I'm sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So Steve's going to wrap this up here. So roll it.
I'd like to thank each of the witnesses and for your patience. We're running about 50 minutes late, and I do apologize for that. I want to emphasize that all of these witnesses each could speak for probably anywhere from 2 to 5 hours about what they have witnessed. We're trying to give you a snapshot. We have another 400 of these witnesses. I have carried this burden for 8 years. I'm now giving it to you, the American people and the people of the world, to take it forward. What I'd like to do now is open the audience for questions from the media. You may address them to me or to an individual witness as you deem appropriate. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Maribel Gonzalez with Reforma Mexican newspaper. I have 3 questions. One is, yes, I wanted to know if there are laws in this country that in some way allowed this kind of secrecy or not. And then I wanted to know if there's a need to change any kind
Kaiser.
of law. And the next one I wanted to ask you, if you may, is who is profiting from this secrecy that maintains in secret the solution to the energy crisis? I mean,
well, let me get to those, okay, quickly, because we are short on time. First of all, I think initially there was an appropriate national security apparatus in place in the 40s during the Truman and also Eisenhower years. By the late Eisenhower years, we have a testimony from Brigadier General Stephen Lubkin, still a practicing attorney, that by the late Eisenhower years that he had lost control of these projects primarily because of the compartmentalization into the military-industrial complex. Operative word industrial. There are corporations such as SAIC, Lockheed Martin, Northrop, and others that deal specifically with this issue with advanced energy and propulsion systems connected to UFOs. And I think that what has happened, from the best we can tell, from insiders that have briefed me for now about 8 years, is that we have lost control of these projects from a constitutional law perspective because the infrastructure within military intelligence and corporate channels is so well funded and so complex and labyrinthine that there are compartments within compartments within compartments. And people who are in the Congress who make inquiries, and in fact, President Clinton, when he made inquiries, were simply denied access, as you heard earlier that President Carter was denied access. On your other question, I would say that in terms of profiting from the status quo, big oil. There are certain geopolitical and financial infrastructures that would not welcome a definitive replacement to the fossil fuels. I will tell you, and we can prove this with other scientists who are ready to come forward, that we already have a complete replacement for any fossil fuels or ionizing nuclear power plants. We don't need them. We haven't needed them. Probably have not needed them since the time I was born. Now, of course, this is a major issue. You're talking a multi-trillion-dollar global infrastructure change. And so this does hit the alarm bells at the National Security Council economics area. However, what is more serious to the national security? Keeping the status quo or letting ourselves go into a global ecosystem collapse and running out of fossil fuels and having massive rolling blackouts, not just in California, but globally. We have got to do something about this and soon, and that's why we are advocating open hearings in the Congress. Other media, please. Yes, sir.
I just want to know if anybody at the UN is looking into this.
I personally met with Boutros Ghali's wife, Aaliyah Ghali, who said that her husband was quite concerned about this. This was in the 1990s. Since then, we know that there have been other people at the UN who've made inquiries. The problem is the UN has no mandate to deal with this. It needs to be given a mandate from its constituent member nations. And I think that the public and the member nations need to ask that the United Nations get involved with this. This is an international peace issue and an international security issue, and it should be taken up by the UN Security Council. And of course, we are recommending that as well. Yes, sir.
So he wants the UN to get involved.
You know, I'm really suspicious of this. Watch who he's reaching out and taking questions from.
Okay.
Like, there was only one person that was from media so far. But he's calling on people. And it's almost like he looks right towards the people he knows he's going to ask a question for and just waiting for him to stand up. Maybe it's just me.
Okay. Keep an eye on it. Looks like Kaiser Pineapple is so check. Okay, make sure I have the right mic on. Is getting close to being monetized. Only about 1,000 more watch hours. So hey, if you guys are out there and haven't checked out his stuff yet, go check it out, man.
Shit, I should have streamed this to my audience tonight. Oh well. I could have gotten some watch hours off of this.
Oh man, we got the next one. By the way, I have no idea if it'll get copyrighted, by the way, or not. So we'll know that and play it by your next time. But I don't think it will. It's coming off a secondary channel. You know, I'm giving Luminosity some views tonight. He's got like 1,400 and maybe 5 videos. So not bad. Not bad. But I think it's been around for a while. It might not be an active channel, but that way I could be wrong. Anyways,
and I will say, next weekend, not this weekend, next weekend, Kaiser, if you're up for it, I think we'll hit that monetization. We got something planned next weekend if we can make it happen. Not this weekend, coming up, the following weekend.
All righty, sounds exciting.
So I think my question is actually to Clifford Stone. You said that you had seen aliens on a craft that had crashed. I wondered if you could describe what they looked like.
I could, but it would probably take a whole lot of time. The reason I state that, when I got out in 1989, we had cataloged 57 different species. You have individuals that look very much like you and myself that could walk among us and you wouldn't even notice the difference, except for some of the things that they might be able to go ahead, even in a dark room, and touch an object and go ahead and identify what color that object might be. They would have a heightened sense of smell, sight, hearing. The situation is that you have various types of what we normally call grays. We didn't call them grays in the military, but you had at least 3 types of the grays. You had some that were much taller than we were. The unique thing that I'd like to point out for the most part is that the entities that we did catalog were in fact humanoid. Now this created a situation.
Did you catch that?
Mm-hmm.
They were in fact humanoid. Tall ones, medium-sized ones, and short ones. I guess. Yeah. And they could tell you what color something is in the dark by touching it.
Yeah.
Where the scientific community was trying to figure out why that would be the case. Because you would expect that if life evolved on other planets, that they would take on some type of other being, so to speak, not necessarily look humanoid or be bipedal such as we are. But apparently, we got quite a few of the species out there that are humanoid in appearance. And that creates a question that yet has to be answered by science.
Yes, and as I call.
I love the way he wrapped that up. He just tossed it over to science. Let me just throw this over the wall. By the way, there's humanoid aliens everywhere.
And that's a perfect picture of him with his tongue sticking out. Look at his tongue. It's like,
look at the guy behind him smirking. He's like, you guys buy that?
Yeah, his glasses are all crooked. Like,
I'm just here for the open bar.
I'm 3 sheets to the wind already. Shit.
Waitress.
Calling you, please state the news agency that you were with. Yes, ma'am.
Deanne Divis with United Press International. Could you please address the vehicle that there was a drawing displayed of? Why would this vehicle be on display at an air show? What is the power source that you are asserting is going to be so very useful? And how can you determine that this vehicle is not something that is being developed, by a government agency?
In fact, I think that was the testimony. This is an alien reproduction vehicle, and just to be clear, this means that it is based on advanced anti-gravity and zero-point energy propulsion systems. Those are the propulsion systems. They are being manufactured by a consortium of companies that include Lockheed Martin, Northrop, SAIC, and other corporations. They do have superluminal capacity, in other words, faster than the speed of light capacity. I think Mr. McCandlish and other witnesses that he's identified could go into more of the technical physics of it. I'm just a country doctor from Virginia, I tell people. I mean, really. And but this is actually what is the reason it's called alien reproduction vehicle, is that it's based on the study of extraterrestrial vehicles, but it is manufactured by human military intelligence, aerospace contracting arrangements. And this is very important. It means that we, Homo sapiens, have the ability to access this so-called zero-point field of energy, which is the ambient field of energy from which all matter and energy is fluxing, and can access that energy and generate all the power we need to run this planet without fossil fuels or pollution.
Do you have any direct evidence, though, that this, we're talking about the same government that so appropriately named a snooper program carnivore. So just because it's named the alien reproduction vehicle, considering the history and the questions that have been existing for such a long time about flying saucers, do you know, is there any direct reason to believe that this is actually derived from technology? Any of the witnesses who can attest to that? And how would this, a propulsion system, a rocket engine doesn't necessarily translate into electricity. Can you elaborate on that?
Well, the first part of your question, I would say that the testimony of witnesses we have, some of whom are here, others that are not here, but they're in the briefing materials, is that we have studied specifically extraterrestrial vehicles which have been retrieved. The breakthroughs in that research have led to applications that have led to the building of this and similar anti-gravity devices. And that, in fact, that this can be proven in open testimony before Congress, and that is exactly what we are calling for. We have the witnesses to establish this, and they also have the documents and the specific details of the propulsion systems. But this is not a jet internal combustion system at all. It is actually kicked in by a type of electric power source, and it then accesses this ambient zero-point energy field that is responsible for all matter and energy existing. And by special configurations and what have you, it causes a cancellation of mass inertia and an anti-gravity effect. And this
country doctor.
Yeah. I don't know anything about this, as he goes to explain everything about it.
Right. Don't forget your benefit to sell some of the benefits too. It's like it is very interesting, man. It's like, this is it. This is the thing right here. Okay, this is 2001. All right.
There's a complex technical discussion, which is probably beyond the scope of this conference, but we have materials in the briefing document that we can provide you with references to people who have studied the anti-gravity effect as far back as certainly the 1950s. We have one witness who said that his family was connected to the RAND Corporation, and that by the mid-1950s, that more money had been spent on anti-gravity propulsion systems than the totality of the Manhattan Project. So yes, we can establish those elements. Other questions?
Thank you. My name is Murray Felcher. I publish a newsletter downstairs here called the Washington Remote Sensing Letter that deals with reconnaissance and surveillance of the Earth from space. My question is this: since 1972, with the launch of Landsat 1, and now with the launch of commercial space imagery, there are some archived, I would say, upwards of 35 million photographs of the Earth from space. And not one of them has shown a flying saucer. Are you suggesting that these have been airbrushed out?
We're suggesting that there is a system before the public gets hold of anything that's off of a government-connected satellite. There is a compartmented operation that does indeed sanitize them from this type of evidence. And I think the testimony of the gentleman who's here, who was with the Defense Intelligence Agency, Mr. Maynard.
So in case you didn't notice that last guy, he was basically he writes a newsletter.
Yeah.
The lady before him, I couldn't find anything on the United Associated Press Association or something. It was really weird. She said it so quick. It was like, I was like, well, she's not AP. So who in the hell is this? Like the names of their press credentials don't exist, or maybe never have.
Interesting.
So just it was weird.
Ms. Hare and others would substantiate that. We have other witnesses who have been involved in projects where such.
They're certainly not notable.
I guess.
I mean, they're not notable. I mean, have you ever heard any? I've never heard of any of these places, but like, where's the guy from the Washington Post or the guy from?
Where's the guy from Washington Post, from New York Times, from ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN? Yeah, CNN was still.
You will find the AJC people there. They're too damn lazy.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you might find some creative loafing if they could find their weed.
Right, the creative loafing would be there faster than the AJC.
Man, this feels so good.
Items have been sanitized out. It could also be that if you did a thorough search, you might find a few that slipped through. We obviously haven't had the research dollars to go through all the millions of images that are cataloged to look for them, but we do know there's been a very thorough sanitizing of this. And people should not be naive about the extent to which covert programs using billions of our tax dollars have been able to effectively hide this. This is one of the sort of myths of both the media and the public. It's sort of a Pollyanna myth that we live in a society where such things could not be done. In fact, they are done, and we can prove that they have been done.
Proceedings here, and I'm wondering how your screening process went. Can you tell us a little bit about your satisfaction level with that?
Well, I'm very satisfied that these are genuine and good people who are speaking truthfully. Out of the 400 people that I'm dealing with, not 20 times this number, have I been fooled? Yeah, I'm an emergency doctor. Let me say something. People come into the emergency department with flank pain, writhing on a stretcher. What have they got? A kidney stone, right? Yeah, well, some of them go into the bathroom, prick their fingers, squeeze blood into the water, the urine sample, to show that they have blood in their urine so they can get a narcotic injection. Now, have I been scammed as an emergency doctor? Because I'm bright enough not to kind of know when I'm being scammed. But have I occasionally? Yeah. Is it possible? It's possible. Is it likely? No. And here's what's more important. You don't not treat or accept the testimony or the history of every patient that comes in with flank pain and assume that they're lying just because you've been scammed once or twice. This field, you make a very good point, is filled with hoaxes and scams and what have you. It doesn't mean, however, that all of it is. And in fact, what we're saying after 8 years of research, we have found the documents, the top secret witnesses, the insiders willing to testify under oath before Congress that this is true. Now, here's another key point. Some of the people who are in this witness pool, Mr. Sheehan, myself, and a couple of other attorneys, are members of state licensed professions. And what that means is that if we are perpetrating a hoax, we will lose our license to practice medicine. We will lose our license to practice law. We will be perpetrating a hoax upon the public. So what I would say to you is that the group of people before you are very credible, and the others whom we have identified are. We are not the CIA. We are not been able to do a $50,000 background check on each person. I'll give you that caveat. But we have done very serious interviews and vetting. And by the way, these people have presented their DD-214s, their defense forms, other documentation that show the two DD-214s and others that show that they were in the military at a certain place and a certain time. So we're very comfortable that, in fact, that the weight of the testimony will carry the day here and that this is real.
Yes. I had an insight, and it relates to your question.
Hang on one second, man. We got somebody coming in here. I don't know. I guess I'll have to display this song. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, to the stream for the very first time, Kaiser Pineapple.
Kaiser Pineapple. Dun, dun, dun. Hey, brother.
Hey, how you doing, y'all?
Good to see you.
Great, man. How you doing?
I'm good.
Thanks for joining us, man.
Yeah, I was. I was expecting was not expecting an invite at all, but so I was like, I can't pass that up, even if it's late for me.
Can't pass it up. It's almost over.
Yeah, but I know this is like somewhere in your wheelhouse here, and
yep.
We've been talking about it for a minute about getting together. So hey, let's just go ahead and do something and get it rolling.
Yeah,
what do you think of this disclosure project?
The more I've heard about it, and I mean the guy at the head of it, I've listened to him talk before, and I cannot shake for the life of me the feeling that he's really just waiting to get out of that room so he can ditch the skin suit and get under his heating lamp. I'm just saying.
Oh, there's so much more to know about him too. Like this is the very first steps into his world. It gets better. Like it gets into alien autopsy, and it gets into SE5, which is Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind. He's doing that, and he's charging people a lot of money to go out to the beach where you sit there and you pray at the ocean, basically, and the aliens come fly by and wave to you and then hunt down the road.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it just keeps going and going and going. And then he was teamed up with his production team for this Disclosure Project 2.0. What he's been doing recently is these guys called Third Phase of Moon. Are you familiar with Third Phase of Moon?
No, I haven't heard this one.
Oh man, these guys are classic UFO grifters, and they go way back, like decade and a half back. And they're these two twin brothers, right? One of them films, one of them talks, and they do these really kind of like cheesy Hollywood kind of setups for the old school UFO type videos where they're CGI'd in and they're between the power lines, or they're shaky as hell, and they would just turn out content like this constantly. And it was done in such a cheesy kind of weird way that you could tell it was fake. Yeah. But it was like
funny.
Yeah, it's funny. But I couldn't believe it. When I asked Shizzy. Shizzy was here.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it when they were teamed up. I was like, you couldn't credit yourself more.
Because I'm so into this topic, I of course get a crap load of like the videos and stuff that come across my Twitter timeline. And I come from a visual effects background originally.
Oh, cool.
And it's like every time I see one of these, I'm like, oh yeah, let's see how long it takes me to figure out if this one's CG or not.
Well, that's awesome. That's great.
I mean, it's so funny. I see some of these videos, and I had one that I saw today, and I wish I could find it. It was one of those. I looked at it, and it's like this guy walking towards this UFO that's just sitting there hovering. Oh, Night Rabbit.
Thank you.
Night
Thank you
Rabbit.
so much.
Sweet dreams. Thank you so much for being here.
I mean, this hovering UFO in this tall grass, and he's walking through this tall grass. But here's the thing. The camera doesn't move, for one. It's just kind of continually going forward, and they add some crunching and some grass moving. The lighting behind the craft is volumetric, which if you know anything about that, it's like, okay, that's a clear CG sign of CG. And then as he starts getting close, he continually gets closer to this thing. And as he gets closer, it's more and more obvious this thing's CG. And I'm just like, oh, dear God, please tell me nobody fell for this crap. Oh, Lord have mercy. You go into the comments of this video, and it's just like, oh, my God, it's real. Oh, what happened to the poor guy who took the video? Oh, dude. The guy who shot this video is sitting back in his chair laughing his ass off at you right now.
Yep.
Because you are such an idiot. You cannot see the difference. Again, maybe I'm just wired different, but it's like once you know what to look for, once you understand a little bit of CG, you can spot it a mile away.
Oh, yeah. It's just basic media too. Like, my background in editing and production and stuff helps me.
Yeah.
Like in that media analysis side all the time. Like when looking at video footage or looking at print, it's the same thing. Yeah. And you look for those little tweaks, those little things that shouldn't be there, the way it should turn out. It's like almost like reverse engineering it. Yeah. So anyways, these guys, they're teamed up now. And it's a wild ride with Mr. Mr. Greer. I can't say David Greer.
Well, and I was going to say that where you guys notice the CGI stuff, I noticed people.
Yep.
Like their facial expressions, the way they act, the way they talk, the way they present themselves. I pick up on those kinds of things where I'm like, something just doesn't pass the sniff test here.
Yeah. Like that doesn't to me sound like, or that doesn't seem to like how they would act. Yeah.
Yeah. like the responses, the things that they say, the timelines that they give, like it's like, okay, you're saying you're an E6 enlisted man and you were nuclear. You worked in a nuclear program. I'm like, It doesn't. That's usually an officer that's going to be in charge of anything like that. I mean, maybe you made a delivery from the mess hall or something, but I just don't see you being like, that classification.
Yeah. I don't know though. I mean, I have a friend who actually did work on nuclear reactors and got a discharge because he he got a little dosed from the reactor, and they were like, "Yeah, we have to let you go." So, yeah.
I'm not saying that you wouldn't be around or work
Right.
around things. I'm just saying that to know what was going on inside of something like that.
Oh yeah.
You've got to have a higher rank. You're not just going to have some airman second class come up to you and show you a picture of something on the dark side of the moon.
Right. Absolutely.
Okay. He's pulling your leg, right?
Right, yeah, I know. Hey, by the way, let me show you these pictures of the bases we found on the moon that you're here to fix.
Oh, gee, I can't wait to pick these apart.
Right. They didn't show him, but that's his story. His story was he went to go fix something, and then someone's like, "Oh yeah, we found bases on the moon. Here they are." It's like,
yeah.
Well, look, let's let them wrap this up here, and then we'll comment more on it.
There have been tens of thousands of sightings and experiences from all over the world. Only one needs to be true. Because if only one is true, then the entire case, the non-reality side, falls apart.
Like I said, what does he bring? What does he bring that guy there for that one? He's a closer.
He's a paid actor.
Right, he is. He's a Hill Street Blues guy.
Yeah, he was on Hill Street Blues. He was in Knots Landing and a bunch of soap operas and stuff like that. He's really a paid actor. In the 80s.
So he came up there to get the Oscar moment.
Yeah. Only one of these has to be true. Why would you say that?
Yeah.
Why not just say all of these are true?
I just like to take a moment to look at Greer's face there and just kind of think, I'm pretty sure this guy's on a list somewhere.
A priori, all signed agreements and oaths that have flowed from such operations are null and void. What that means is, in legal theory, is that if it's an illegal enterprise,
now he's a lawyer.
The agreements those that are entered as a result of that illegal enterprise have no legal standing. So one of the things I would like to announce today is all of the men and women listening to this need to know they are free to speak. We are declaring all national security oaths on this subject null and void. They have flowed from illegal operations that have no standing constitutionally. My people, my mother's family, who fought in the American Revolution, were prisoner of war with the British to help found this country, did not fight and die to form the United States so that this kind of chicanery can go on. So these men are free to speak. There's no legal repercussions against them. We have legal counsel who will also support this theory, and we're taking this to other constitutional scholars. It is time for that game to end. It is time for a new era in the human.
That's not how it works, you dumbass.
He seems a little entitled to me.
No, that's not how it works.
Right, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. If you sign a non-disclosure agreement with the military, that's very binding. You will serve time in prison because you've gone against your oath. Don't listen to people like this. You will get your ass in a shit ton of trouble. Yep. And you notice it. He's the one that said it and not his attorney. Because if his attorney would have said it, his attorney could have been disbarred for that shit.
Right.
Because he's full of crap. And he's saying, oh, all these people that know anything about anything need to come forward. We consider them null and void. Just because you say it does not make it true.
Yeah, I mean, just look at what's going on with David Grush right now. I mean, everybody's so mad at him for, oh, why can't he just come out and say it already? I'm like, do you realize what would happen to him if he said even 1/10 of what he actually knows out loud and like it's classified? Dude going to jail for a long ass time.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, whether you believe him or not.
Doesn't matter. Oh. That's why I'm laughing. All these guys, I worked on this secret project. I did this. I did that. I'm like, no. You were what, an E4? I don't buy it for a second. I just, you know what I worked on whenever I was in E4? Pulling truck batteries. I'm serious. Pulling truck batteries and reseating tires. They wouldn't even let me tear apart an engine when I was in the military as a light wheel vehicle mechanic. You sent that, if you had an engine go out on one of the vehicles, you had to pull the engine. You couldn't do it. You had to have a higher ranking person there to actually do it. They might have guided you. I wasn't allowed to even work on a generator because my MOS didn't cover it. You had to be an E5 minimum to even touch one of the generators. That's why I'm like, it does not make sense. It's suspicious.
Yep.
Let me share this real quick here, and we're just gonna get a little background on this to kind of like shed a little bit more light. Now, if you remember in the beginning, right, he did talk about how he talked to CIA director James Woolsey right here. So this is in 1993. Greer founded the Disclosure Project, the goal of which is to publicly disclose the government's alleged knowledge of UFOs, extraterrestrial intelligence, and advanced energy and propulsion systems. Greer described the Disclosure Project as an effort to grant amnesty to government whistleblowers willing to violate their security oaths by sharing classified information about UFOs. Greer claims to have briefed CIA Director James Woolsey at a dinner party, although Woolsey disputes the accuracy of Greer's claims. Now, he opened up with this, right? And the reason I wanted to show that part is because I actually have the letter.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, right here. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so you can see it's coming from James Woolsey, September 16th, 1999. This was in 2001. He still opened with it, right? Dr. Stephen Greer. Dear Dr. Greer, it has come to the attention of the four of us that you have, without giving any of us the opportunity to comment, publish a distorted account of the dinner party. Published a distorted account of a dinner party of some 66 years ago, at which the four of us, you and your wife, were seated together. And this is from John Peterson as well. In the introduction to your book, Extraterrestrial Contact, published earlier this year, you portrayed this dinner party conversation during which the four of us listened to your views and politely asked questions as a briefing with a cover story. You further assert that Mr. and Mrs. Woolsey reported a UFO sighting to you and agreed with your views. Do you include specific alleged quotations from them? None of this is accurate. You have portrayed politeness as acquiescence and questions as affirmations. Your conduct in this matter contravenes both accuracy and simple manners. Signed by the whole crew. Yeah.
Damn.
So yeah. I wouldn't add that one in there too much, man. Other points of interest. As I told you, like there was some alien autopsy that goes on with the his follow-up, which was the series one. Now the series was a documentary that he put out, and he let me pull this up, and I'll do like a little synopsis on this next time. But back to the wiki page. All right. So in 2013, Greer co-produced Sirius, a documentary detailing his work and hypothesis regarding extraterrestrial life, government cover-ups, and close encounters of the fifth kind. That's a CE5 events he talks about. The film was directed by Anudeep, I'm pronouncing that wrong, and narrated by Thomas Jane, and covers Greer's 2006 book, Hidden Truth, Forbidden Knowledge, the forbidden knowledge. The movie premiered on April 22nd, 2013. I remember that because you could buy it online, right? It was a big deal. They did a great marketing job for it, and features interviews from former government and military officials. Series depicts a 6-inch humanoid skeleton. Here it is, I think. Yeah, no, that's not it. That's a skeleton. That's a human. All right, known as the anatomic skeleton. Did an AI rate this? Human skeleton. Wait, where'd it go? Skeleton. All right. It's a Atta is the common name given to the 6-inch long skeletal remains of a human fetus found in 2000. I'm trying to give away the ending here. Anyways, which they claim was an alien skeleton. Okay, this is a big deal, right? They made a big deal out of this. I saw this documentary, by the way. However, genetic evidence demonstrated that it was human with genetic markers found in indigenous women from the Chilean region of South America. The director of the center that did the analysis said, "It's an interesting medical mystery of an unfortunate human with a series of birth defects." All right, so he made a documentary about this alien being autopsied. And really where you got left at the end of it was a big question, because they never did do the autopsy there. It was just like, okay, well, we'll know when the test results get back. Like, well, it might take years. Yeah. That's how I remember it ending. I don't remember them coming out and going, okay, well, it's a human, our bad. Sorry, we wasted 2 hours of your time and your money, but that's a spoiler, right? And then you follow that up with his excursions, right? So you can actually go find these online. I'll try to find some for next time where we can like actually see some of the scripting that's going on, because this is like one of the easiest things to debunk about what he does. He takes people to the beach. He goes, "I can get aliens to come greet you," right? In so many words. He calls it a close encounter of the 5th kind. And what they do is they meditate and they clear their hearts and their chakras, and they sit on the beach, they hum, and they look out at the ocean. Right. And then there it is. It appears in the sky, and he tells it might blink, it might move around, it might go and come back. Right. Meanwhile, this is on the horizon. This is going way, way far away. They come right over top of them at the beach. It's like way out there where like the oil tankers are offshore. So you can just imagine there's a dude in a boat out there with a little bit of light, something going on. He goes, "Okay, it's time to send up the UFO. Let's go." And up it goes. Down it comes, up it goes, down it comes. So now this whole idea that he's calling in aliens to come meet people is hilarious, but it's how he's been making his money till now. So bring back the Disclosure Project
with a really powerful light bulb on it.
Yeah.
There you go. You could do a wee. Look at that.
I know, like he's going the distance. He's going for speed, man.
Look, I gotta respect the grift. I'm not gonna lie.
You remember that one, Scott? Yeah, it turned out to be a human fetus. Like, that's what it looked like when they pulled it out. I was like, yeah. But they were gonna operate on it and try to get some brain tissue out of it so they could test it. The deal was they were gonna try to go get some brain tissue out of it. I remember that. That's where you were left at the end of the documentary. You're supposed to go, "Ooh, I wonder if it's an alien. We're gonna find out." Oh gosh.
Well, we will have to find that out later. I'm getting sleepy.
Yeah.
We will on part 2 next week. Rock and roll, man. All right, let me queue up the I already have it ready.
I got you.
Give me 1 second. I grabbed the wrong one. No, I know I grabbed the right one. There it is.
Hopefully everybody liked this though. This was
man.
Fun.
Thanks everybody that came here tonight, man. Scott and Suzanne and Talking Trash and Truth and Rabbit, Thomas, dude. Thanks, Thomas, for adding so much. Thank you, Kaiser, for being here as well.
Yes, absolutely.
And there's so many folks that came by tonight, man, and hung out with us. I appreciate all of y'all being here. And man, we'll be back next week with more. We're gonna take it to the next 9 yards.
Make sure you get subbed to Kaiser and watch his last video. Give him some watch hours. He only needs 1,000 more.
And say if I might riff on that real quick there.
So find that.
Yeah. So
find that 1 hour movie and watch it 100 times each one.
Oh, I can do you one better. I just actually before this stream, I was actually doing my Wednesday Edge of Reality stream where we were talking about UAPs. Crazy enough. And it happened to be a 3-hour stream. So you can go ahead and throw that on there and feel free to go watch it. I decided to cover the kind of the aftermath of last week's UAP congressional hearing, kind of go through what's been talked about, what's happened since, etc., and kind of clear the air on my thoughts on it, because I know I've had a few folks kind of cracking jokes at my expense on that one. It's like, you know what? It's cool, but let me do a stream. Let me explain my thoughts on it and clear the air on that. But it was a good time, and chat was bumping tonight. It was a great time. Everybody had enjoyed it.
Awesome.
So, dude, yeah, no, that's what I've been wanting to have you on the do. It's like I was trying to get through this stuff to kind of bring you in, because I know you're more current on current stuff, but
yes,
you're more than welcome to join us next week if you want to. I know you have a stream at the same time, but come by afterwards. Maybe send the crowd over here, and we'll be trucking along. Caitlin Comments should be with us as well, and the we'll we can add that in, because eventually we talked about doing a winning Saturday night together.
Yes, we need to do that. It's timing is the key is right now.
Yeah. But that's fine, because I'm walking all this other stuff in too, and we got a lot of ideas and information we can exchange with each other, and like if you haven't seen a lot of this old school stuff, I can catch you up on that, and you catch me up on what's going on today. We can look at things with the objective kind of two perspective things, and what do you think that is? I'd really like to get to the bottom of some of this newer stuff, but I want to lay the foundation for all the alien UFO things. I could have gone back a lot further. Yep. I could have gone back to the creation of the flying saucer meme, like when it first was said, and that just started with it, ancient aliens, and then walked it into the Disclosure Project.
Yeah.
So we're trucking.
Yeah, kind of what you were saying there. Tonight we were at the very end of our stream. We were kind of going through the three famous F-18 videos: the gimbal, go fast, and the tic tac. I was kind of going with. I didn't have all my stuff on that one, but yeah, we were kind of going through what I know as an aviation buff as well, breaking down what I can see on there and what I've kind of found. So it was really cool.
What do you think of something going 17,000 miles per hour? Is that fast?
Well, let's consider the fact that the average speed of low Earth orbit is about 17,500 miles per hour. And if something can achieve that level of speed in atmosphere, holy balls.
That's craft. Now a bullet travels about that speed, but you can't track it. So
yep.
Whenever they're saying
bullets like
a larger
100 times
object,
slower. Yeah. It's like how are you going to see that in your field of view? Like it's like going. I don't know if you could even track that with your eyes.
Well, I was actually mentioning this. We were talking about the Tic Tac, and David Fravor allegedly said that whenever he was he got nose onto the Tic Tac and actually was making a dive at it, and this thing from basically what almost looked like a standstill to suddenly gone. And I'm trying to remember exactly how he worded it and exactly how it was kind of said. But so the fastest aircraft at the time we had in our inventory was the SR-71 Blackbird. Travels at a maximum speed, Mach 3.3, which is about 2,200 knots. That, he said, if that thing had accelerated from a dead stop to Mach 3.3, I still would have been able to watch it disappear over the horizon for an additional 30 seconds. This thing was gone in an instant.
Does that make any practical sense? I mean, like, you know what? I'm asking the wrong questions for this time of night. We're supposed to be wrapping it up. I see it on
let's wrap this
face
thing up.
right there.
Teaser. There you go.
Hey, tomorrow night, 9 p.m., Repairing History Together, the new evolution of Repairing History with Gary Lamb and Matters of Opinion crew, Wallace P and Erica P, and we'll see who else is going to be there. But tomorrow night we're gonna be doing it up, man. So come by for some conversation you won't find anywhere else, right? We're gonna be repairing history together, and
of course Friday
healing division, yeah.
Of course Friday you know where to find me. I'm hosting a game
fun
night,
time.
and it'll be a fun time. It'll be a fun time. I did update the screen on that, so just so you guys know.
Yeah. It's a Shizzy production. The and then Saturday night, winning Saturday night, 9 p.m. Something's gonna happen. Got to be there to find out. All right, guys. Thank you so much for being here. And hey, guys, till next time, keep on winning.